Chapter 1995. Who? Who is it? All the cultivators in the imperial city panicked. The killing intent that erupted in that instant made them feel cold all over. Although the killing intent disappeared in a flash, the immortal kings felt their scalps go numb. This was definitely a terrifying killing intent from the immortal cave. Great Immortal Elder. Near the Silver Star, a group of guards were shocked. The Great Immortal Elder had left and went directly to the Three Realms battlefield. It had to be clear that the Great Immortal Elder had not left the Immortal Cave for countless years. But what happened that made the Great Immortal Elder leave the Immortal Cave in a hurry? What did you say? The Great Immortal Elder left? Lei Hongbao felt that he had misheard. He found it hard to believe. He left the Immortal Cave? What happened? Was it because Su Yin did not continue to participate in the battle? But even if such a thing happened, it was impossible to let the Great Immortal Elder leave. After all, the Immortal Cave needed a powerhouse to oversee it. Kill! The great battle on the Immortal Devil battlefield was playing out. The Shinkong race's Heavenly King erupted with powerful strength. His body was about to merge with the Silver Spear. He wanted to pierce through and kill the black-clothed woman. However, no matter how shocking and ferocious the Silver Spear was, it could not reach the black-clothed woman, even though it was separated by billions of ancient worlds and the River of Time. What's going on? Shinkong Yun's expression changed. The Immortal Kings could not sit still. What was going on? They did not see any clues at all. They only felt that the space where the black-clothed woman stood was very strange. It was as if it was separated by the River of Time. It was difficult to shake it off. Roar! In an instant, the Shinkong race's Heavenly King roared to the sky. He erupted with his strongest state. In the instant his body breathed, the starry sky shone brightly. The starry light that filled the sky penetrated his flesh and blood. Without a doubt, this person's battle prowess soared by a large margin. Su Yin was surprised. This person was really powerful, much more terrifying than the Tianwu King. In the berserk state, his body was like the boundless ancient starry sky. Moreover, the silver spear he waved was also terrifying to the extreme. It even showed the rumbling of the stars in the sky. Kill! He roared. This time, his slash was exceptionally sharp, as if the stars in the sky were dancing. It suddenly pressed forward, tearing apart layers of space-time cracks. The black-robed woman's true body had already appeared. Only, the ancient sword core on the black-clothed woman's back shone. It didn't leave the scabbard, but waves of boundless spatial energy flowed out, stopping the silver spear's radiance. Boom! In an instant, the silver spear flourished with divine radiance, opening up an ancient star sea in the space-time. The great stars in the sky rumbled as they revolved. Soon after, its aura went berserk, and with its tyrannical strength, it forcefully opened up a crack. At the same time, he waved his fist and charged towards the black-clothed woman. This punch was peerless. The starry sky Heavenly King unleashed his peak combat power. The fist print carried the condensed sea of stars, gushing with the universe and stars. It triggered a huge change in the world and rushed toward the woman in black. However, to everyone's astonishment, no matter how blazing and powerful the attacks of these stars were, the black-robed woman was able to easily evade them. It was as if she had transformed into space-time energy, as if she had transformed into a rain of time light. Too slow, the black-clothed woman finally spoke. Her words revealed a kind of unswerving determination and coldness. The starry sky Heavenly King was incomparably furious. What kind of existence was he? He was the starry sky Emperor race's most powerful war god. Yet this woman actually criticized him, saying that he was too slow. This was simply an undisguised humiliation. The starry sky Heavenly King almost went mad with anger. His eyes were about to split open. Where did this woman come from? Who exactly was she? I'll kill! The starry sky Heavenly King roared. His aura went berserk again. His emperor blood was burning, and the sound of scriptures resounded from within his body. The fist print he brandished also became much more terrifying, scattering down boundless energy radiance. Thousand-star fist. Everyone was shocked. What kind of situation was this? He had directly erupted with his most powerful trump card. The Starry Sky Emperor Race's Thousand-Star Fist was their race's innate ability. Once it was released, strange phenomena filled the sky. It was as if millions and millions of stars appeared in the sky, rumbling as they revolved. The dark space-time in front of them seemed to explode. The starry sky, Heavenly King's terror, was unquestionable. Who dared to belittle him? He was indeed world-shocking, and the Heavenly Force King acknowledged him. Unfortunately, he had encountered a monster. How long? Millions and millions of indistinct stars interweaved with resplendent laws and order. They simply blasted out a vast starry field. Everything along the way was shattered, withered, and destroyed. What is that? Someone let out a trembling voice. Was his fist not powerful enough? Unfortunately, everything was blocked. The black-robed woman's slender jade hand rose up and resisted everything. It was as if she had raised her hand to suppress an ancient starry field world. Moreover, her jade hand shone, and the darkness appeared once again. The dark space-time covered the sea of stars in the sky. Moreover, layer after layer covered over, as if the shadow of death had shrouded the world. Boom! The great stars in the sky fell down. All matter began to be destroyed. Nothing could stop her power. The boundless dark space-time enveloped the starry sky, Heavenly King's body. Su Yin stood up with a horrified expression. What kind of background did this woman have? Her Tao was too profound. She was simply an old monster. The starry sky, Heavenly King let out a heart-rending roar. His entire fist disintegrated. The boundless power was like a great universe pressing down on his body. It made him despair, howl in grief, and even fear. What kind of power was this? It destroyed everything he had. He could not resist or resist. She was like a child of time and space, a terrifying and outrageous monster. She destroyed the starry sky, Heavenly King's invincible belief. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his eyes turned red. Kill me, kill me. No, don't. Starry sky, Heavenly King screamed. His heart was broken, and he almost went crazy. No, he roared. His aura was completely out of control. This was the strongest Heavenly King from the Starry Sky Imperial clan. Even if he died in battle, he would not die in such a sullen manner, because anyone could see that he had no way to resist. Even his Tao heart had been destroyed. He was in despair and begged for death. He did not want to live in humiliation. When a legend was destroyed, it was true that the higher one climbed, the harder one fell. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Imperial City was in an uproar. One after another, the experts from the Starry Sky Imperial clan trembled and let out hysterical roars. How is this possible? How could this be? How? The Heavenly King of the immortal world was like a little chick, wailing in despair and begging for death. No! The Starry Sky Imperial clan's immortal kings all roared, their eyes narrowed. Once their clan's Heavenly King died, and died in such a humiliating manner, where would their Imperial clan's dignity be? I'm so angry. An old antique roared angrily. What happened in the Three Realms battlefield? What is Yi Linyan doing? Why did he not let Su Yin take the stage? He could even kill the son of an ancestral god. So this battle was definitely a victory. But our world actually lost a Heavenly King, and it ended in such a humiliating manner. Truly disgraceful to the extreme. This kind of miserable state was definitely not much weaker than the divine feather race's young war god, worshipping Su Yin. It was to the extent that the Starry Sky Heavenly King was the Imperial clan's strongest war god. A storm surged in the Imperial City. The people of the world cried out in shock. However, even more people felt that this was the Dark World's ultimate trump card. If the silent Yi Linyan in the Three Realms battlefield knew about the storm that swept through the Imperial City, he would definitely roar. This black pot was too big. He did not want to carry it, nor could he carry it. The black-clothed woman raised her hand. It was simple and direct, but it also revealed a boundless, domineering aura. It directly shattered the starry sky, heavenly king's skull. The starry sky, heavenly king's body directly disintegrated, exploding into a bloody light that drifted in the immortal devil battlefield. The woman's aura was calm. Her short hair fluttered in the wind. Her slightly thin figure seemed to be standing in the river of time. Her clothes were not stained with blood. Heavenly King, heavenly king. The starry sky, heavenly king roared madly. He was truly in despair. His clan's heavenly king had been slapped to death. The curtain of humiliation had fallen. The young emperor was scared. What kind of monster was this? He was really regretful. He should have let Su Yin take the stage just now. Otherwise, his misfortune would not be any better than the starry sky, heavenly kings. In the boundless darkness, it was somewhat quiet. There was not much of a storm. It was as if everything was as it should be. What do you think? The Sky Force King's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Su Yin and asked. Unfathomable. Su Yin's expression was extremely serious. He stared at the black-clothed woman who was as calm as an abyss and said, I have never seen such a terrifying monster. This woman did not even use her full strength. How much stronger is she compared to the Golden Beast King? This is an unknown. Damn it. Fortunately, you did not go. Bao Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This woman was too terrifying. She did not reveal her true strength. Once Su Yin encountered her, it would be a bloody battle to the death. At the same time, the starry sky, heavenly king had also forced her to use some of her strength. The immortal and the others were all pale. They were really glad that they did not go up. Otherwise, they would have been killed directly. It's you. It's all your fault. The starry sky, heavenly king's eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Su Yin and roared. In an instant, the sky and earth trembled. A huge crack appeared. Yi Lin Yun unsheathed the sword embryo on his back. Sword blades filled the sky and cut off the murderous intent of the starry sky, heavenly king, toward Su Yin. The sword embryo in his hand struck down heavily. Boom! Starry Sky, Heavenly King instantly took out his Starry Sky armor and blocked the ancient sword's attack. However, Yilin Yun's attack was too powerful. Starry Sky, Heavenly King trembled and blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Do you want to die? Yilin Yun was furious. He released the battle prowess of a great success immortal king and said, If you move again, I can fulfill your wish right now. Xingyun roared angrily. His blood-red eyes trembled as he roared hysterically. Su Yin, did you already know this? Otherwise, why would you have backed out just now? Am I right? Old thing, you are really crazy. Su Yin let out a roar. Who stopped me from participating in the battle? Who is it? Don't you know? You've lived for so long, but I think you've wasted your life on a stray dog. The group of immortal kings smiled bitterly. Just now, he stopped Su Yin from participating in the battle. Now, he was blaming Su Yin. They could not stand it anymore. Ah! Starry Sky, Heavenly King screamed. He was really mad and was about to lose his mind. Unable to vent the anger in his heart, he could only target Su Yin. Starry Sky, Heavenly King, if you want to go crazy, I don't mind killing you, Yi Lin Yun replied coldly. The sword embryo in his hand glowed. He was ready to strike again at any time. Why are you saying this now? Starry Sky, Heavenly King, is dead. This is a blood debt. Xiao Di walked over and waved his hand. Su Yin, you have almost recovered from your injuries. Continue with the third battle and avenge Starry Sky, Heavenly King. Su Yin's body was covered in blood and cracks. His blood-stained hair was messy as he stared at Xiao Di. Go eat shit, he spat out in rage. Chapter 1996. You dog, go eat sh*t. Ask me if I let you eat sh*t when you're eating it. Bao Kai roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Why should he tolerate it any longer? Could he be any more direct and clear? Instead of letting Su Yin fight, he might as well send him to his death. Putting aside whether Su Yin could kill the woman in black, now that Xiao Di had rushed over, one could imagine the evil in his heart. The reason was that what happened in the Immortal Cave was the biggest stain on Xiao Di's glorious history. He naturally hated Su Yin to the core. In fact, Su Yin might even be related to the princess. How could Xiao Di let him off so easily? Well said. Su Yin laughed angrily, his entire body exuding a cold, killing intent. If he wasn't a great sage, if he was standing in the Immortal King realm right now, he would really want nothing more than to crush the young emperor with a single punch. Be asterisk starred. An earth-shattering roar exploded, reverberating fiercely between heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky were destroyed. Xiao Di's extremely violent anger burst out of his body and suddenly pressed down. It was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. The sky collapsed, and the whole earth was about to explode. This was a great success, Immortal King, who could construct a great universe with a supreme order law. Go eat sh*t. Many immortal kings were scared out of their wits. The consequences of Su Yan's words were quite serious. The power of a great success, Immortal King descended, suppressing Su Yan. Stop it, Xiao Di. The experts of the Xian people were shocked. Was the lesson in the Immortal Cave not severe enough? Who was Su Yan now? He had already won 2 rounds in a row and was about to become the most glorious existence in the immortal world. How dare you scold an immortal king? Su Yan, you deserve to die. Xiao Di shouted angrily. He was the number 1 of the younger generation of the Xian people, standing in the great success Immortal King realm. But he was scolded by Su Yan and Bao Kai. If he didn't teach them a lesson, he would lose face and prestige. The soldiers standing on the immortal devil wall all turned pale. What was going on? A great battle erupted. In that instant, the sky was torn apart. Kill! The 2 great immortal kings soared into the sky. As they roared furiously, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. It was as if 2 great, invincible existences were charging towards the peak of the sky. They collided repeatedly, and killing intent that was like an ocean emanated from them. Boom! Yi Lin Yun and the young emperor clashed. The battle was intense and terrifying. The entire world was filled with destructive storms, and even a corner of the 3 realms battlefield was trembling. Celestial King laws fell from the sky, threatening to drown the vast world. Several immortal kings joined forces to isolate the divine might of heaven and earth. Young Emperor's strength refreshed their understanding. This person had just stepped into the Immortal King realm not long ago. But Yi Linyun was the 2nd Immortal Elder of the Immortal Academy, standing at the peak of the Immortal King realm. His battle prowess was extremely shocking. Now, Xiao Di was able to fight Yi Linyun and was not at a disadvantage at all. It was enough to show that he lived up to his reputation. However, the young emperor was still a young Immortal King. Since Yi Linyun could become the 2nd Immortal Elder of the Immortal Elder Academy, his status was only below the Space-Time Emperor. Boom! A sword light was suddenly released, and the stars in the sky fell like dumplings. Not only was the sword light sharp, but it was also extremely heavy. In an instant, it peeled off the young emperor's roaring laws and order. This sword strike seemed as if it had slashed down on a grand universe, and it had forcefully caused a huge rift to appear. Come on! Yi Linyun seemed to have gone crazy. He used his strongest battle prowess and beat the young emperor until his body was full of cracks. He turned into a giant god who dominated the world and let out a heaven-shaking anger. Who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? I've killed a large number of Dark World Immortal Kings. Who do you think you are? The anger of a peak Immortal King swept through the vast space and time. At this moment, Yi Linyun seemed to have turned into an invincible giant below the Emperor realm. Hundreds of millions of sword edges rolled down and enveloped the young emperor. Yi Linyun's sword light was domineering. Everyone knew that he had even slaughtered a Dark World Immortal King. Some people said that if Yi Linyun had the opportunity in the future, he might be qualified to take over the position of the great Immortal Elder. So strong, the disciples of the Immortal Cave were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Linyun to be so powerful. Someone whispered, Yi Linyun is the second immortal elder of our Immortal Elder Academy. He has been in this position for a long time. He was once a peerless genius of the Immortal Cave. His strength is unquestionable. It is rumored that Yi Linyun is about to enter the Emperor realm and become an invincible giant. Many people were shocked. The first and second immortal elders of the Immortal Elder Academy, the Space-Time Emperor, oversaw the Immortal Cave, and Yi Linyun oversaw the Three Realms battlefield. They were indeed not simple people. Astra starred. The young emperor roared, and his blood-stained body blazed. Because the great killing weapon hidden in his body was beginning to revive, and the aura it emitted was terrifying. Billions of creatures were trembling. It was simply the awakening of a supreme emperor's might. Yi Linyun's expression was cold. The Xian people's super-killing weapon hidden in the young emperor's body was definitely bestowed to him by an emperor. Boom! In an instant, Yi Linyun waved his hand, and the immortal demon wall revived. Shouts of killing filled the sky, as if it came from the ancient times and extended to this world. How terrifying! The geniuses of the Immortal Cave were terrified. Their legs did not listen to them, and they fell to the ground in groups, unable to fight back. It was as if billions of immortal demons had been released, and its ferocious might shocked the world. Even the Chaos Immortal Elders were panicking. This was the immortal demon wall that guarded the borders. Yi Linyun was one of the strongest immortal kings guarding the Three Realms battlefield, so he was naturally qualified to control the power of the immortal demon wall. It was just an awakened state, but the ferocious might that shocked the ancient times was already enough to give the young emperor a splitting headache and make him cough up blood. Yi Linyun, you've gone too far. The immortal demon wall is a supreme treasure against the dark world. How can you use it against your own people? Xingyan walked over with a gloomy face. He raised his hand, and immediately the immortal demon wall's power was slightly restrained. Xingyun could naturally control the immortal demon wall as well. How dare you attack Su Yan? So what if I kill him? Yi Linyun's entire body surged with sword radiance, exuding an aura of sharpness and destruction. An immortal king of the Sword Dao said coldly, "You're just a sinner. How dare you criticize me again and again? Young emperor, if you have the ability, ask your emperor to come. But what right do you have to fight me?" Yi Linyun, you've gone too far. The young emperor's eyes narrowed as he growled. Su Yan insulted me. He has no respect for the strong at all. He's a scourge if I let him live. Respect. Su Yan sneered. I respect the strong in the world, but I won't respect a piece of trash. His words were so loud that they could be heard everywhere. He raged. Young emperor, you can't even compare to trash. You shameless thing, you're wasting the air by living. The young emperor was about to explode from anger. He was a great immortal king, and yet he was being scolded by Su Yan. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The young emperor had been partially suppressed by the immortal demon wall. If it were any other day, he would have charged out to kill Su Yan. And you, Xingyun. Su Yan pointed at him and sneered. Your clan's heavenly king is dead, and you're blaming me? By the way, let me remind you that if the young emperor hadn't been the first to stop me from joining the battle, your clan's heavenly king wouldn't have died so tragically. Shut up. Xingyun's eyes were bloodshot. Su Yan's words had hit him where it hurt. If he hadn't been greedy, the heavenly king wouldn't have died so tragically. His voice was unusually low and intimidating. Su Yan, I'll ask you one question now. Pat your conscience. Did you do it on purpose? Pat your conscience and ask yourself that question too. Su Yan's voice was stern as he stood upright between heaven and earth. He laughed angrily. You were picking peaches along the way, but you killed your own clan's heavenly king. Don't you feel guilty? How dare you ask me that question? Xingyan clenched his fists. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He was about to go crazy. The Monkey King and the others all stood out and stared at Xingyan. Once this person went crazy, he might do some crazy things. Xingyun's expression was uncertain. The Heavenly King was already dead. It was too late to say anything now. Yi Linyun. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He said in a low voice, I lost my composure just now. Let's continue to decide on the next participant. I've already said that the following battle has nothing to do with me. Since you Emperor clans decide on who will join the battle, then it's up to you. Yi Linyan sneered. Whether it's the Immortal Lord, Heavenly Eye King, Heavenly Lord King, Princess, Heavenly Force King, or Barbarian God, none of them have anything to do with me. Let me remind you that Su Yan has already withdrawn. Whether you go or not, it's not up to you to decide. You have to complicate your own actions. If it's not me, the entire Immortal Elder Academy won't agree to it. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, more than 10 Immortal Elders from Immortal Elder Academy stood out, all of them majestic. At this moment, they had to stand together with Yi Linyan. The great Immortal Elder wasn't here, so Yi Linyan was their backbone. Once they were controlled by the Emperor clans, how would these Immortal Caves Emperor clans view them? Immortal Elder Academy's reputation would definitely be greatly damaged. The Immortal Lord and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Letting them go was the same as sending them to their deaths. Moreover, even if Princess went, she might not necessarily win. Could it be that they had to give up? If they really gave up on this battle, then everything would be completed. Su Yan, only he had 1-2 battles. However, if they didn't give up, what would be waiting for them? After all, the Dark World had 1-3 battles. There were still 3 more battles. Who could go up? Heavenly Tao, King died in battle. Starry Sky, King died in battle. Heavenly Dragon Lady was seriously injured. The next 3 battles would definitely fall on them. That's not called withdrawing. It's just temporary recuperation. Xingyun made the most vicious decision and asked, Su Yan, are you not going to participate? Are you going to give up? Are you going to be a deserter? Why don't you think about it? Your human world was destroyed. Don't you want revenge? You talk too much. You thought of me when you met a tough bone. Why didn't you think of me just now? Su Yan laughed loudly. You're really vicious. I thought the young emperor was vicious enough. I didn't expect you to be even more vicious than the young emperor. The young emperor's expression was extremely ugly. The fire in Xingyun's body was released again. Even from the distant worlds, experts came one after another. There were the Xian people, the Reincarnation Emperor clan, and the Starry Sky Emperor clan. The lineup was a little shocking. A group of people came to confront the experts of the Immortal Elder Academy. The Monkey King's expression changed. What were they trying to do? They were forcing Su Yan to participate in the battle. If he didn't go, they would use force. Ha ha ha! The last fig leaf has been torn off. Su Yan's eyes scanned the experts who stood out. He said mockingly, Are you all so impatient to kill me? Is this the 3 realms battlefield? What bullshit is this? It's nothing more than a filthy place. Su Yan's hair stood up in anger. The blood in his body was boiling, roaring. It was indescribably terrifying. His words were like thunder from the 9 heavens, echoing between heaven and earth, ringing in the ears of every soldier. It triggered a great storm, surging violently as if the world was about to be destroyed. What happened? Many soldiers roared. Su Yan was a great contributor. Now, Xingyun and the others were the most powerful protectors of the 3 realms battlefield. They joined hands to force him. You all really want to rebel. The sword core on Yi Linyan's back came out of its scabbard. Killing intent shocked the world. Even the group of experts from the Immortal Elder Academy erupted with power, pressing forward. They definitely wouldn't back down easily. You all are going a bit too far. Savage Race's great achievement, Immortal King, couldn't continue watching. There were even a few people who stood out, supporting Su Yan. Xingyun naturally didn't dare act blindly without thinking. His face fell slightly, saying, Dao friends, there is no need to say how important this battle is for our immortal world. However, Su Yan clearly has hope of victory, yet he still doesn't participate. Isn't this the same as pushing a mortal world into a pit of fire? There were some who felt that Su Yan should participate, but when they thought of their previous actions, they all laughed bitterly. Wasn't this your own doing? Previously, you had Su Yan withdraw to pick the peaches. Now that you encounter a bone that was hard to chew, you actually had Su Yan participate, yet you all still act as if this was something you should do. It seems like the current immortal world will have to rely on this Su. Su Yan's casual words made Heavenly Eye Vision King and the others' faces become ugly. What are you all looking at? Su Yan said coldly. If you aren't convinced, then go up and join the battle. No one will stop you. Su Yan, don't go overboard. The immortal lord frowned slightly. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his bearing was extraordinary. He said, must you use your power to oppress others? This is too laughable. Previously, when Su Yan was forced to withdraw, why didn't you stand up and say something? Tai Baokai sneered. Now you're still saying that Su Yan is using his power to bully others. Looks like Su Yan's power is really big. Heavenly Eye Vision King and the others were furious. They almost couldn't help but go up the stage and join the battle, but they really hesitated. The ultimate trump card of the dark world was too terrifying. Going up would be suicide. There were also people who looked at the Empress, hoping that she would stand up and say something. However, the Empress was silent from beginning to end. She didn't say anything. With her identity and status, the immortal kings present wouldn't easily speak. The scene was a bit silent. The experts of the monarch families were also furious. No matter how they thought, they would never have thought that Su Yan would be so amazing. Now, they were really riding a tiger and couldn't get off. The Immortal Elder Academy was now protecting Su Yan. One had to know that the Immortal Elder Academy now had the Space-Time Emperor, so they had the confidence to challenge the monarch families. Ha ha ha! Xingyun suddenly laughed. Good, good. Su Yan, your strength is undeniable. Since you've already said that the Immortal Lord and the others are inferior to you, I think you should join the battle. It's not impossible for me to join the battle, Su Yan said disdainfully. Unfortunately, you can't satisfy me. What do you want? Benefits? Or treasures? Xingyun said with a cold face. Say it, and I can satisfy you. It's simple. You and the young emperor will kneel and kowtow to me as an apology for forcing me to withdraw from the great immortal demon war. Then, I will reluctantly participate in the war, Su Yan replied, casting a sidelong glance at them. Chapter 1997. Young emperor and Xingyun glared at him, then knelt and kowtowed to him in apology. The two terrifying beings went berserk, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. Destructive energy raged, as if the world was about to be destroyed. After all, he and young emperor were both great success immortal kings. Once they went berserk, their aura swept across the vast world, giving everyone a terrible pressure. Su Yan, Xingyun roared, his hair flying wildly, his eyes bloodshot. Are you really not afraid of death? You bastard, who do you think you are? Young emperor also roared, his eyes bulging. His body emitted a terrible, murderous aura that covered the sky, ready to unleash a destructive attack at any time. Old Monkey and the others worked together to create a defensive world, worried that they would not be able to withstand it. Su Yan, you've gone too far. The immortal king of the reincarnation tribe said angrily. What do you want? If you don't want to fight, just say so. You could just leave. Humiliating Xingyun and young emperor like this. Do you even know your surname? Su Yan's black hair draped over his shoulders, and his expression was cold. He looked indomitable and had a peerless demeanor. He glanced at the person who spoke and said coldly, why is it that their face is their face, but my face is not? Also, I've already said that I've withdrawn. They're the ones who are shameless enough to force me to fight. Bastard, Su Yan is not forcing you. The immortal king of the reincarnation tribe shouted. The great war of immortals and demons is a place of glory. How can you say that he's forcing you? Heavenly Eye King, I'll make a name for myself in the immortal world by beating up the Dark World War God. Su Yan's eyes flashed coldly as he replied. Heavenly Eye King's expression turned ugly. How could he respond? Say that he would fight? Say that he would die? Are you dumb? Shut up. Ha ha ha. Su Yan raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. Wouldn't it be fine if you just admit that you are inferior to me? Yet, you are suppressing me and not allowing me to participate in the battle. You guys are really shameless. You guys take the benefits, but I have to go and suffer. Is there any justice in this world? Could it be that the prestige of your Emperor clan came from this? Shameless. I support Su Yin. A soldier on the immortal devil wall suddenly roared. This instantly triggered an extremely terrifying effect. A large number of soldiers followed suit and roared. They really couldn't bear to watch any longer. For a moment, the storm that swept through was somewhat frightening. Su Yin, who had defeated a golden beast king, was recognized by all the soldiers. Their shouts were earth-shattering, causing a storm. Not good. Starry Sky Cloud's expression changed. Su Yan's prestige was shocking. Things were getting out of control. The Chaos Immortal Elders and the others chuckled. They could not wait to see how this matter would end. Many thanks for your support, brothers. I, Su, will remember this in my heart. Su Yan's black hair danced in the wind as he stood tall between the heaven and earth. He shouted, I, Su Yin, do things in an upright manner. Thank you, brothers, for your trust in me. You can stand out and say something fair for me. As for those who are pretending to be asleep and can't be woken up, I don't count on them either. A group of neutral immortal kings had uncertain expressions. They had been silent and did not side with either side. After all, Su Yin was a great immortal elder subordinate. On the other hand, the young emperor and the others represented the three great emperor clans. They did not dare to participate in this storm. Brothers, you should know that I've already won 2 rounds, and they're deliberately targeting me. Even if I win the next round, I will continue to be in danger. Su Yin was boiling with anger. He said in a low voice, You all saw how the young emperor and Starry Sky Cloud targeted me just now. I, Su, will not participate in this battle. His voice shook the clouds, and the world continued to be shaken. Countless soldiers roared in anger. An old soldier covered in scars said angrily, Young Emperor, you are from the Emperor clan and have great prestige. Why are you making things difficult for Su Yin? We have misjudged you. Right and wrong, there are public opinions. The Emperor clan's power can't shut the mouths of the world. The entire place was in chaos. The roaring storm here was a bit terrifying, stirring up public anger. One had to understand that these people were all veterans who hadn't died in 100 battles, experienced a storm of blood, all of them heroes of the immortal world. They could let go of anything. You. The young emperor's eyes were wide open in anger. He was in a difficult position, and there was a terrifying, murderous intent in his eyes. Kill them all, kill them all. This was the most direct thought in his mind, extremely crazy. If the one overseeing this place was the clan's monarch, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. These weren't their troops, and dared to question their clan's imperial might. So they had to be wiped out. Young Emperor, you can shout your thoughts out. Su Yin pointed at him and said coldly, But you should know that the immortal world does not belong to UCN people. UCN people can kill to shut the mouths of the world, but I want to see how many people you can kill. And you, Xingyun. Su Yin stared at him and shouted, Why don't you do it? It's easy to ask the emperor of your clan to kill me, but you can't change the world's opinion of your clan. Or rather, you can kill everyone here. Little B asterisk starred. What are you trying to do? Xingyun's eyes were bloodshot. The anger of the people had ignited the flames of anger in the world. He felt a headache coming, because no one could fight now. The crown princess had been silent. No matter how bold the young emperor and Xingyun were, they would not dare to order the crown princess. The divine clan was almost the strongest clan in the immortal world. As long as the crown princess did not say anything, they would not dare to force her. But the rest of the people would die if they went. They could either surrender or let Su Yin join the battle. Kneel and kowtow to your young master Su and apologize. Su Yin was so domineering that the 2 immortal kings roared. They could not help but release their terrifying murderous intent, which once again swept across the vast world. Kill! The endless soldiers roared. Even now, the young emperor and Xingyun had no intention of giving in. They did not even say a word of apology. They were still trying to intimidate the weak. Why do you have to do this? Xingyun screamed. He was desperate. The Chaos Immortal Elders were worried that Xingyun would do something crazy in his desperation. But Su Yin was confident. I'll let you know who's the boss here. Su Yin laughed. Since you want me to fight, you have to pay for what you did before. Xingyan growled. His eyes were fixed on Yi Linyan. Don't look at me. I've already backed out. Don't say that I'm the leader of this great war. Yi Linyan said coldly. You emperor clans can play among yourselves. Su Yan's words represent my words. Also, Heavenly King Xingyun's death was caused by your selfishness. Don't say that Su Yin killed him. It's a pity for Heavenly King Xingyun. Su Yin sighed and shook his head. It's a pity that he died in my place. Don't worry, Heavenly King Xingyun. I'll burn more paper money for you in the afterlife. Kill. Xingyun went completely crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He became much more terrifying in an instant. Bao Kai was surprised that the young emperor suddenly calmed down. He seemed to think that he would be at a disadvantage and did not act rashly. Could it be that he was scared of the grand immortal elder? Was he discouraged at the critical moment? Get out of the way. Su Yin charged forward. Old Monkey and the others hesitated for a moment before letting go of Su Yin. Little B asterisk starred. Do you really think I won't kill you? Starry Sky Cloud's large hand rose up and headed toward Su Yin. In the blink of an eye, Su Yin roared at the sky. His body was instantly covered by the black armor. From his head to the soles of his feet, he was burning with anger. His blood essence burst out and activated the first two seals of the heavenly mysterious armor. Heavenly armor. Everyone cried out in shock. The disciples from the immortal cave were all speechless. This battle armor was really taken by Su Yin. After all, this set of battle armor could play a crucial role for a grand completion immortal king. The black armor covered Su Yan's body, making him look like a great demon god standing in the darkness. Su Yan's aura skyrocketed. However, it was not enough to face Xingyun. If it were not for the armor blocking most of the divine power, Su Yin would have been turned into a bloody light in an instant. However, just as Xingyun's hand was about to press down on Su Yin, boom! Beams of divine light shot out from Su Yan's head. The three-color divine light flowed out and turned into a three-colored river. At first, the people could not see the origin of the three-colored river, but then the expressions of the immortal kings changed. The three-colored river went berserk. The moment each river flowed, it was extremely terrifying. Could it be that these were three great success immortal king weapons? If that was the case, then Su Yan's foundation was too great. What a joke. You dare to attack me just because you have a great success immortal king supreme treasure. Xingyun roared angrily. The huge hand was blazing, but it was boundless. It was as if a boundless galaxy had fallen. It pressed down with lightning speed, causing the three-colored river to tremble violently as if it was about to disintegrate. The princess' eyes widened. The tricolored heavenly river changed, boiling and blazing. The three rivers gushed out in extremely majestic power, as if the condensed three realms were lying horizontally here, exuding boundless power. Vaguely, one could see the vague laws of the monarch's Tao appearing. Three realms' heavenly river. Yi Linyan cried out in surprise. Wasn't this the great immortal elder's supreme treasure? No, this didn't look like the three realms' heavenly river. It was just a miniature version, but even so, it was still a shocking supreme treasure refined by the great immortal elder. The three rivers had already merged into one, projecting terrifying space-time power, surging with the fluctuations of time. What is this? Xingyun's expression darkened slightly. His entire hand was covered by the river. It contained space-time and time power, gradually depriving his hand of the energy essence, causing his entire arm to wither. Xingyun's expression was cold, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. A supreme treasure that could threaten a great success immortal king was rare in the world. Boom! The instant all the pores on Xingyun's body whistled, the universe resonated. All of this was formed by the breathing of his chest. A breath of air was enough to destroy the world. Su Yin was shocked. A great success immortal king was indeed a great success immortal king. The three-colored river that he grasped couldn't suppress him. The main reason was that he couldn't unleash the strongest power of the three-colored river at all. The sky was filled with the extension of supreme laws and order, outlining a majestic galaxy. There were billions of stars in it, and the Milky Way fell from the 9 heavens. A supreme aura surged. This attack was very terrifying. It was enough to tear apart the river of time and kill Su Yan's main body, who was in the 3-colored river. Boom! It was also at this moment that the miniature 3-colored river rumbled violently. This treasure became much more terrifying once again. The 3-colored river turned into a 3-colored sun, filled with supreme heavenly might. Vaguely, a huge figure appeared at the intersection of the 3-colored river. It was as if it was living in the past and had returned from the ancient era. He controlled space-time and time, commanding the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His majesty was so vast that it was about to sweep through the 3 realms battlefield. No! Xingyan screamed. Xingyan cried out in fear. No matter how powerful and prosperous he was, when faced with the great immortal elder's projection, the star domain world he created was already being crushed to pieces. Even his body was cracking, and his life force was beginning to decline. The Monkey King and the others were shocked. What was going on? Even if Su Yan's treasure was powerful, it shouldn't be able to severely injure Xingyan in a single blow, right? After all, Xingyan was a great success immortal king. Even if Su Yan had an emperor weapon, he couldn't unleash the power that he should have. It's the great immortal elder's projection. In the next moment, the crowd was shocked. It was because the figure above the 3-colored river gradually became clear. He was like an unrivaled ruler of the long river of time. He raised a large hand and smashed Xingyan's body into pieces. Xingyan howled in fear. His crippled body frantically healed. He felt like he was going to die. No! Xingyan cried out in fear. The great immortal elder's palm slapped down again, striking Xingyan until he trembled. Shattered bones shot out from his pores. It was a tragic sight. His aura was incredibly weak, as if his cultivation had been stripped away. He became a saint, countless times weaker than before. Old dog, even you have a day like this. At the same cultivation realm, I can kill you like a chicken. Su Yan was furious. He put away the heavenly profound battle armor. He dragged his weak body and threw himself over. Chapter 1998. How valiant was Su Yan? He could even defeat Daesong's invincible Golden King Beast. Even though his body was weak now and he was injured, this didn't affect Su Yan's battle prowess at all. He punched out with boundless dominance. Starry Sky Cloud felt a chill all over his body. He didn't dare to face it head-on and quickly retreated. Starry Sky Cloud's realm was suppressed. Once he faced Su Yan head-on, he would suffer a great loss. However, the force of Su Yan's fist was too violent and overbearing. It carried monstrous divine might that caused the entire world to rumble. At the instant his divine energy surged explosively, even space trembled, and it instantly suppressed the retreating starry sky clouds. Old dog, give me your life. Su Yan roared. His killing intent swept through the sky. His fist blasted out directly. Starry Sky Cloud roared. This attack couldn't be matched. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would be half-crippled. He used a series of divine abilities and secret arts to build layers of defensive methods. He wanted to stop Su Yan, but it was useless. Su Yan's fist was fierce and invincible. It destroyed everything along the way. It blasted through the ancient star sea, causing Starry Sky Cloud to tremble. His entire arm exploded, and even his body was distorted. With a miserable cry, Starry Sky Cloud flew out and fell to the ground. He wailed mournfully. That punch almost took away half of his life. Su Yan, Starry Sky Cloud, was about to go crazy. Who was he? He was a great success, immortal king, and one of the pillars of the 3 realms battlefield. When had he ever encountered such a thing? He was even heavily injured by Su Yan's fist. The whole world was silent. The great immortal elder had come. This matter exceeded everyone's expectations. No one thought that the great immortal elder would come. Could it be because of Su Yan? But this shouldn't be. The great immortal elder couldn't have known that such a thing happened in the Three Realms battlefield. Maybe it was because of other reasons. In short, the group of people who suppressed Su Yin were terrified. Grand Immortal Elder had already suppressed his Starry Sky realm. He should have been here for a while. Xiao Di was especially flustered. Fortunately, he did not kill Su Yin just now. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Su Yin was now a hero, and he had even killed a future giant of the dark world. Boom! Su Yin was surging with killing intent. His blood-drenched figure emitted a heart-trembling power. He was completely like a great demon king as he charged over with a loud roar. Ripples rolled out from his mouth and nose, illuminating the world with a resplendent golden light. It was as if 100,000 tsunamis had erupted, suddenly rushing forward. Xing Kongyan turned pale with fright. He wanted to get up and escape, but there was no hope at all. The sky was filled with golden ripples, suppressing and destroying everything. When the golden ripples touched Xing Kongyan's body, his whole body was about to disintegrate. Starry Sky Cloud let out a low roar. His body was torn apart by Su Yan's roar, and more than half of his bones were broken. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he was in extreme despair. He felt like he was going to die. Grand Immortal Elder, spare me, spare me. Xing Kongyan lost control and screamed. The pressure in the sky covered his body, and Xing Kongyan could not bear it anymore. He begged for mercy. After all, this was the Three Realms battlefield, and also the place where the sovereign kings of the Dark World resided. Could it be that the Grand Immortal Elder would just watch as Su Yin killed him? Everyone stared at the lethargic old man. He stood there calmly, and he was like a piece of nothingness, faintly discernible, giving people a spiritual pressure. The Grand Immortal Elder did not say anything, and this made Xing Kongyan's expression change greatly. Then, he wailed miserably as Su Yan's foot stomped on his chest. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his body and mind were about to be torn apart. Old dog, in a battle of the same realm, you are no match for me. Su Yin slapped forward, causing half of Xing Kongyan's face to collapse. His flesh and blood were badly mangled, and it was a tragic sight. Many people's hearts trembled. This was a great success, Immortal King, and he was being beaten up by Su Yin here. With each slap, in reality, with Su Yan's battle prowess, he could destroy Xing Kongyan in 2 or 3 moves. However, this was not enough to vent his anger. Su Yin beat him up madly, beating a drowning dog. Su Yin, you little brat. Xing Kongyan wailed miserably, and his eyes flowed with resentment and killing intent. Moreover, he was shaking the suppressed Immortal King Dao fruit. Unfortunately, he could not shake off the small Three Realms heavenly river at all. Su Yan's body flowed with a destructive aura. He raised his fist and smashed it down, heading straight for Xing Kongyan's head. Xing Kongyan trembled, and the endless shadow of death enveloped him. He was completely terrified, and he lost control. Stop, stop. Although Su Yan's fist did not land on his bleeding face, the light rays emitted from his fist were like sharp blades that shot out one after another, cutting Xing Kongyan's head, causing it to split into pieces. I was wrong. Stop, I was wrong. He was completely terrified. If he did not beg for mercy, he would die here. You dog that eats the weak and fears the strong. What are you living for? Su Yan's eyes burned with killing intent. With a loud roar, Xing Kongyan's body trembled and cracked. His appearance was so miserable that it made immortal kings tremble. It was too miserable. Xing Kongyan was crushed too miserably. Yi Linyun's breathing was heavy. If the great immortal elder did not come, the consequences would be unimaginable. Either Su Yin bowed his head or met with great danger. Even if Su Yin survived, Xing Kongyan and the others would spread rumors all over the world. Suddenly, strands of vast aura covered the sky and earth. It was so terrifying that it was as if an ancient dragon was awakening. The immortal demon wall trembled slightly, and the vast space and time were rumbling. The boundless star field shone, as if it had turned into a great path, respectfully welcoming the arrival of a supreme existence. Emperor, save me. Xing Kongyan screamed miserably. This was the awakening of the Starry Sky Emperor. His divine might swept through the heavens and earth in an instant, causing the great stars in the heavens to resonate. Great Immortal Elder, I apologize for not going out to meet you. The aged voice reverberated through the star field, ringing in the ears of all living things. Suddenly, everyone felt as if time and space had changed, turning into a grand star-filled world. All living things stood on the stars, unable to resist the urge to pay their respects. Starry Sky Emperor, the Heavenly Force King, was shocked. This was a monarch-level expert who had overseen the three-realm battlefield for 1,000,000 years. His glory was matchless, an unrivaled giant of the immortal world, as well as a pillar of stability for the Starry Sky Emperor clans. That was a figure that appeared. He walked over with a majestic gait, his figure ancient and imposing, as if he had become one with the vast star field. He held a heaven-art halberd, terrifying to the point where it made even immortal kings tremble. This was the supreme might of an emperor descending into this world, crushing down heavily on everyone's hearts, making them almost unable to breathe. The Starry Sky Emperor walked over, cupping his hands in greeting towards the great Immortal Elder. Everyone was shocked. They were all monarch-level experts, so why was there a need to cup their hands in greeting? Only the older generation Immortal Kings knew that when the space-time emperors might shook the three realms, the Starry Sky race still didn't have an emperor. Even though the great Immortal Elder had declined, the Starry Sky Emperor didn't look down on him at all. This so-called space-time emperor controlled time and space. So even if he suddenly declined, he would most likely still be able to display his peak strength. No one dared to provoke a monarch-level expert who was about to pass away. This would bring about a great disaster. Are you going to take action yourself? The great Immortal Elder's eyes looked towards the Starry Sky Emperor. His figure was blurry, unable to be seen clearly. The starry river around his body was illusory, the degree of terror self-evident. Old ancestor, save me. Xian Xingyun was almost scared silly, trembling in fear. He was a great success, immortal king, one of the pillars of the Starry Sky Emperor clan. Xian Xingyun has made a great mistake. He should be punished. The Starry Sky Emperor's voice was calm, gently saying, "That's right, Su Yan." He attacked. His crime is unpardonable, but I hope great Immortal Elder can give him some leniency for the sake of his contributions. If everyone is like this, why does the immortal world still need laws? The great Immortal's aged hand suddenly waved. It was like an eagle catching a chick. The group of people who had stood up and wanted to target Su Yin fell to the ground in unison, crawling and trembling. The young emperor roared. He was no exception, suppressed by the great Immortal Elder once again. The great Immortal Elder's hand glowed, vaguely steaming with Emperor Dao laws. This was an unparalleled Order Dao law, ruling over the great Dao, time and time. The big hand glowed, and with a flick of his finger, he left behind imprints on the Immortal King's foreheads one after another. No, these Immortal Kings seemed to have lost their minds, and they roared madly. These imprints were too shocking. The silver imprints looked ordinary, but they actually flowed with unparalleled killing intent. Dissatisfied, the great Immortal Elder's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at these Immortal Kings. These Immortal Kings were terrified. Sweat poured down their bodies like rain, and they no longer had their previous majesty. Even if the great Immortal Elder only glanced at them, they were still terrified. It was as if an invincible emperor was looking down on them. This was the emperor's might that could not be blasphemed. What is that? Bao Kai was curious. These Immortal Kings were shocked. Those imprints are not ordinary imprints. The Heavenly Power King said in a low voice. See their foreheads? There are 3 imprints, and each imprint is a contract. They need to kill 3 Immortal Kings to eliminate their sins. There is even a time limit. If they can't do it, the great Immortal Elder's imprints will directly erase them. Fairy Xia's eyes widened. Kill 3 Immortal Kings of the Dark World. This is the most direct way to punish sinners. The heavenly power king shouted coldly. This is a contract set by the great immortal elder. It cannot be violated, or they will really die. Even if they invite an emperor of the same level, it will be useless because the contract is already merged with their primordial spirit. What? The heavenly dipper king trembled in fear. This was a death sentence. Even if they escaped, what awaited them was death. Many immortal kings felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, they did not participate just now. If these immortal kings wanted to complete the mission, they would have to risk their lives to kill the immortal kings of the dark world. The punishment was too cruel. Killing immortal kings to pay with their lives, and killing 3 immortal kings to pay with their lives. This was the great immortal elder, a space-time emperor who was almost forgotten by the world. Back then, his might shook the 3 realms. Although he was old and weak now, the Starry Sky Emperor did not dare to ignore him. He calmly watched and did not say anything. In the next moment, the great immortal elder's finger pointed at the young emperor's forehead. There were also 3 imprints. The young emperor was originally surprised, but on the 3 imprints, there was an even more terrifying blood-red imprint. It was like a blood-red lightning imprint on his forehead, filled with the emperor's heavenly might. Ah! The young emperor screamed in horror. This blood-red imprint was extremely powerful and had merged with his life. Great success, immortal king, Baokai asked in surprise. Seeing the heavenly power king nod, Baokai frowned. Why is there only 1 imprint? Do you think it's so easy to kill a great success, immortal king? The heavenly power king shook his head. Yilinian has been the 3 realms battlefield for a long time. He has killed many immortal kings of the dark world, but he has only killed 1 great success, immortal king. I'll give you 30 years. If you can't do anything, what's the use of having you? The great immortal elder looked at the young emperor coldly. This made the young emperor go crazy. 30 years, this was asking him to die. How could he complete it? This was a death sentence. Chapter 1999. Everyone looked at the young emperor with pity. He had better pray that in the next 30 years, the dark world would launch a large-scale war, and he would be lucky enough to meet a declining great success, immortal king. Otherwise, the young emperor could only wait for death. The Starry Sky Emperor was silent. The Space-Time Emperor was still the Space-Time Emperor. He had suddenly aged, and his status and identity were still there. In terms of status and identity, the young emperor was much stronger than Xianyun, but he was still severely punished. Xianyun trembled, and sweat poured down his body like rain. These people did not make a move just now. The punishment was already so shocking, and it was a death sentence. He would have to fight for his life in the coming days, and his chances of survival were slim. But he was different. He had just attacked Su Yan. What? The Starry Sky Emperor's heart softened? Great Immortal Elder asked. That's not it, but it's a pity to kill him. The Starry Sky Emperor knew that he did not have enough confidence. In fact, he knew that Great Immortal Elder had come long ago. But he really did not expect that Xianyun would dare to kill Su Yan. Su Yan was now a hero of the immortal world. The Great Immortal Demon War had already been fought 5 times. In the Immortal Cave, 2 died and 1 was injured. Only Su Yan had won 2 battles. How could he be ignored? The matter of being targeted had already been spread. This would be an extremely serious historical incident. If it was not handled well, the Emperor race would have a stain on their reputation. How do you think we should handle this? Great Immortal Elder looked at the Starry Sky Emperor. Forget it. The Starry Sky Emperor sighed. He looked at the Immortal Demon Wall, and then at the dark battlefield. He said, I have guarded the 3 realms battlefield for 1,000,000 years. In these years, the 3 realms battlefield has suffered heavy casualties. My Starry Sky Emperor race is prepared to send 1,000,000 elite soldiers to reinforce the 3 realms battlefield. Ancestor. Xianyun trembled. The death rate in the 3 realms battlefield was too high. Once they were sent, they would have to guard it for thousands of years. At that time, of the 1,000,000 elite soldiers, only 20 to 30% would survive. Although the Starry Sky Emperor race was an emperor race, it was not as big as the Xian people. Once they sent 1,000,000 soldiers, it would be a heavy blow to the Starry Sky Emperor race. A few people's expressions changed. This was buying their lives, using 1,000,000 elite troops to exchange for a starry sky cloud. It seemed like even great achievement, immortal kings were limited in emperor clans. One had to know that 1,000,000 elite soldiers would require at least 10,000 sovereigns to lead them. After tens of millions of years of recuperation, the great emperor clans should have more or less recovered their military strength, right? The great immortal elder's reply caused the expressions of the starry sky sovereign race to sink. Was 1,000,000 elite soldiers not enough? Generally speaking, once a large-scale battle broke out in the Three Realms battlefield, all of the emperor clans in the immortal realm would send out their troops. But this time, the 1,000,000 elite soldiers were sent out for the starry sky cloud. Once the great war of the immortals and demons ended, the dark world would definitely launch a frenzied attack. At that time, the starry sky emperor clan would have to send out more soldiers. Su Yin, this child, almost paid with his life. It wasn't easy for him to reach this point. I'm very satisfied with his performance in the immortal demon war. Great immortal elder said in a low voice, Emperor clans need to be magnanimous. I heard that you, Starry Sky Emperor, dug out something good from the Three Realms battlefield 100,000 years ago. Su Yin was astonished. What did the great immortal elder mean? Starry Sky Emperor's face twitched. That thing was a treasure to him. Was he going to give it to Su Yin just like that? Starry Sky Emperor regained his composure and said, I've studied this thing for a long time. It's a supreme treasure belonging to the strange doors. It's too difficult to see through its mysteries. It's not suitable for Su Yin. What he meant was that even if he had to compensate Su Yin, he had to exchange it for something else. Chaos Immortal Elder and the others broke out in cold sweat. This was extortion. Since Starry Sky Emperor wanted to protect Starry Sky Cloud, he had to pay a sufficient price. Bao Kai trembled. The supreme treasure of the strange doors? Wasn't this something tailor-made for Su Yin? Su Yin is in charge of my supreme treasure. He's my eldest disciple. Great Immortal Elder said coldly. Now, I'm here. As the Space-Time Emperor, I'm standing up for Su Yin. Do you think this is enough? With that last sentence, Great Immortal Elder's aura changed. A terrifying light of time rose, accompanied by an extremely grand space-time energy. It swept through the vast world, causing this resplendent star field to tremble. Vaguely, the two invincible giants soared to the peak of the universe. The moment their power collided, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Everyone was scared and roared in fear. This was more serious than the end of the world. Boundless Emperor's aura spread to the outer realm, causing chaos in the dark world. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Immortal world, why haven't you come out to fight? Black Heavenly King was angry. The goal of this battle was not to win, but to kill the princess and the others, causing the younger generation of the immortal world to lose their fighting spirit. They were really worried that the immortal world was deliberately stalling for time. Some of the immortal kings of the dark world had ugly expressions. Just now, the black-clothed woman's power was shocking. It must have suppressed the young experts of the immortal world. It was very likely that no one dared to fight. But what the dark world wanted was not to win, but to kill the princess and the others. Great Immortal Elder's disciple. Everyone cried out in shock. Su Yin was the Great Immortal Elder's eldest disciple. This sentence was serious. The disciple of a monarch, the disciple of an unrivaled giant, the experts who had targeted Su Yin earlier all trembled. All the hairs on their bodies stood on end. At this moment, they felt that the Great Immortal Elder's punishment was too light. The only disciple of a monarch. What kind of weight was this? Even the monarch clans did not want to provoke this kind of person. Young Emperor roared, his eyes wide open. Su Yin had actually become the Great Immortal Elder's disciple. How is this possible? Throughout the history of the Immortal Cave, the Great Immortal Elder did not have a single disciple that he was satisfied with. Many people breathed heavily. Su Yin was the disciple of the Space-Time Emperor, and now the great immortal elder was using the identity of the space-time emperor to stand up for Su Yin. Bao Kai laughed excitedly. Stepping out with the identity of the space-time emperor was undoubtedly too domineering. He, the starry sky cloud, had attacked Su Yin, so he should pay with his life. Since the starry sky emperor wanted to buy his life, he had to pay the price. Many people went crazy with jealousy. Had Su Yin run into some dogs at luck? One had to know that the space-time emperor had no children, nor did he establish the glory of the monarch clans. This bloodline only had one space-time emperor. Once the space-time emperor passed away, all of his inheritance and wealth would belong to Su Yin. Even when the space-time emperor was still alive, with his influence, Su Yin's status in the immortal world was too honorable. He was not inferior to the emperors at all. Su Yin was dumbfounded. He did not expect the great immortal elder to stand up for him and say such words. His heart surged with warmth. Perhaps if he had not been determined to walk the path of invincibility, he really would have become the great immortal elder's disciple. Congratulations, Space-Time Emperor, Starry Sky Emperor said with mixed feelings. I have long heard that you have been looking for a satisfactory disciple for a long time, but your wish was never fulfilled. I did not expect this good fortune to fall on Su Yin. At this moment, the Space-Time Emperor's resplendent eyes looked at Su Yin. They were so deep that they were like two primeval galaxies. They were not terrifying, but there was an indescribable power spreading out. Starry Sky Emperor, what do you think of my son? The great immortal elder smiled. He has the disposition to be invincible. In the future, he will become a pillar of the immortal world. Starry Sky Emperor said, I am not speaking against my heart. The battle just now was still vivid in my mind. The great immortal elder is a monarch of the immortal world. The great immortal elder of the immortal cave has a broad mind. I admire you. After all, Su Yin came from the human world. There were differences between races, but the great immortal elder was still prepared to treat Su Yin as his only personal disciple. Come, Starry Sky Emperor sighed in his heart. He waved his hand and moved Su Yin to his side. At this moment, Su Yin thoroughly understood the majesty of a monarch. The Starry Sky Emperor was like a boundless galaxy, terrifying enough to suppress the entire universe. Powerful, invincible. Su Yin deeply understood that this was a monarch. Only after stepping into this step did he truly understand what kind of existence a monarch was. Even if he had a heavenly trump card, it was not to be blasphemed. Junior Su Yin greets the Starry Sky Emperor. Su Yin stepped forward and bowed. Acting wildly in front of Monarch was laughable. Moreover, this monarch wanted to give him a treasure. Monarch Lord, Starry Sky Cloud's spirit was dispirited. He was very clear that in the past, the Starry Sky Emperor had found an unimaginably valuable treasure in the outer regions of the Three-World Mountain. He had studied it for many years without any results. Now, it was going to fall into Su Yin's hands. Su Yin's eyes widened. He saw the Starry Sky Emperor take out a silver shield. He raised his hand and threw it out. It turned into a shield that covered the heavens. It could easily crush the stars in the heavens. Even the great immortal elder was shocked. This object was indeed extraordinary. It contained unimaginable power, as if it could merge with the heavens as one. Roar! In an instant, Su Yin heard a roar. It rolled over, as if it had passed through the endless starry sky. It was like millions of thunderclaps resounding in Su Yin's ears. The power it emitted was too terrifying. The silver shield changed, turning into a silver, white divine tiger. Its roar could shake 3,000 worlds. Su Yin forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart to prevent the Starry Sky Emperor from catching Su Yin's unstable state of mind. His heart was already in a perilous situation. This object was too familiar. What was familiar was not the object, but the profound meaning that appeared on the silver shield. What kind of treasure is that? Many people were puzzled. One had to know that this was a treasure obtained in the outer regions of the Three-World Mountain. The Starry Sky Emperor had obtained it by accident. The silver shield looked like a silver shield. Shields were not rare. Of course, without the Starry Sky Emperor's side, No one could tell what kind of power this silver shield contained. Since the great immortal elder is here, I'll leave everything here to you. The starry sky emperor left, leaving the great immortal elder with a difficult problem. Who should he send out was a very troublesome problem. The great immortal elder nodded. He looked at the silver shield in Su Yan's hand and smiled. This item is not ordinary. If you don't need it, you can give it to me. I can use other treasures to trade for it. Great immortal elder, this is the tiger escape. Su Yan's words surprised the great immortal elder. Su Yan immediately recognized what it was. The 9 mystical escapes, a secret art of the mystical gate. This silver shield was made with the supreme profound meaning of the tiger escape. It is most likely the most terrifying treasure of the mystical gate. Su Yan was overwhelmed with emotions. He had made a big profit. So that's how it is. The great immortal elder was shaken and said, "No wonder I felt that this item was somewhat familiar. Rumor has it that the 9 great escape armors of the mystical gate combined into an invincible weapon. I didn't expect this ancient legend to actually exist." The value of this shield surpassed the profound sky battle armor. It contained the great mysteries of the mystical gate. The great immortal elder also told Su Yan that the 9 mystical gate was a treasure of the human realm. Great immortal elder, the starry sky emperor might not be the only one. Su Yan put away the shield and muttered. The great immortal elder shook his head. It was already very good to obtain one. This item was obtained from the outer region of the 3-world mountain. The starry sky emperor must have suffered a lot in the past. The empress arrived. She looked at Su Yan and bowed. Great immortal elder, congratulations on obtaining a beloved disciple. Empress, do you want to participate? The great immortal elder's eyes were fixed on the immortal devil battlefield. He looked deeply at the black-clothed woman. That's my intention. The empress took a deep breath and said, "This woman should be the descendant of the Dark Emperor, right? Her mastery of the Void Realm has already reached the peak." The great immortal elder sighed. Su Yan was shaken. Who was the Dark Emperor? The great immortal elder didn't think highly of the empress. However, the great immortal elder didn't want Su Yan to participate. A genius from the human realm was already very dangerous in the immortal realm. Letting Su Yan participate in the strongest battle, the death rate was too high. It didn't make sense. Chapter 2000. Heaven and earth fell silent. Everyone wanted to know who would represent them in the battle. Would it be Lady or Su Yan? Su Yan's strength was undeniable, but Lady was undefeated. Her divine aura naturally suppressed Su Yan. Starry Sky King's defeat had already caused a negative impact. After all, Starry Sky King was stronger than Tiandao King. Starry Sky King's death was too tragic. He was as weak as a child in front of the black-clothed woman. This mysterious woman from Dark World was too strong and invincible. She was definitely scarier than the Golden Beast King, but exactly how strong she was unknown. Even Sky King and the others had never seen such a mysterious woman. There were too many unknowns. Chaos Immortal Elder was silent. Who would represent them? Grand Immortal Elder would probably have a headache. Su Yan and Lady were too brilliant. If they lost, they would lose 4 battles in the Immortal Demon War, and they would not be able to continue. Yi Linyun was depressed. This battle was crucial. There was no doubt that they would win the Immortal Demon War. Immortal World, are we still going to fight? Black Heavenly King was irritable. He could not hold it in any longer. He shouted, "Say something. Admit defeat. It's not like Immortal World hasn't admitted defeat before." What a joke. Yi Linyun replied coldly. The Immortal Demon War is limited to 10 years. Why are you in such a hurry? Ridiculous. Don't tell me you're going to wait 10 years to admit defeat. What's the point? Black Heavenly King said angrily. Let Su Yan or Lady go up. If this drags on, the Immortal World's dignity will be damaged. Yi Linyun's face darkened. Did they really think they would win? Even the Golden Beast King was killed by Su Yan. Then what was this black-clothed woman's background? She could give Dark World such confidence. Things were out of their control. If Grand Immortal Elder did not come, they would not know how to deal with this. Immortal Lord and the others sighed. Dark World would not pay attention to them. Instead, they would pay attention to Lady and Su Yin. Black Heavenly King was furious. The death of the Golden Beast King was a pain in his heart. It was also a heavy loss for Dark World. The Dark World had suffered heavy losses. Although the Heavenly Law King and the Starry Sky King had been defeated, the Dark World had suffered even greater losses. A Golden Beast King was as valuable as the princess. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have a war god as their trump card, the Dark World would have lost this battle. Emperor of Darkness. The Heavenly Force King was shocked. His scalp went numb, and his eyes widened. This was an extremely ancient legendary existence, so ancient that it was hard to imagine. It was so ancient that it came from the ancient era before the Great War of the Three Realms broke out. It was hard to measure how much time had passed since then. This woman was actually a descendant of the Dark Emperor. No wonder she was so terrifying and extraordinary. Su Yin asked about the origins of the Dark Monarch, and the Heavenly Power King said in a low voice, "It's too ancient. I know that the ruler of the human world was the human monarch, and both the Dark Monarch and the human monarch are extremely ancient creatures. It's said that they came from the beginning of the Three Realms." Su Yin was astonished. His origins were actually so world-shaking, and the space-time that he was involved in was also relatively ancient. Even the space-time emperor hadn't been born in that era. Even if the mysterious skeleton hadn't been born yet, what level of creature was this? It was really hard to imagine. In fact, the great immortal elder was shocked that the descendants of the Dark Monarch still existed. After all, this race had been silent for a long time, but the appearance of a descendant of the Dark Monarch gave the great immortal elder a bad premonition. This race's status in the Dark World is too special. It's said that in the ancient era, the ruler of the Dark World was the Dark Monarch. The Heavenly Power King said in a heavy tone, "This race also represents the most invincible in the Dark World." It's easy to imagine how shocking it was. No wonder the Starry Sky Heavenly King lost so miserably. The bloodline of the Dark Monarch is enough to be called a supreme race. It's supreme, and in terms of status and identity, it surpasses all the other monarch races in the Three Realms. "Su Yin, have you learned a space-time river?" The Empress looked at him. Su Yin shook his head. The Empress' expression became serious. She said to the great immortal elder, "This little girl once listened to the great immortal elder's teachings, so I know a lot about the great immortal elder's past. Since Su Yin hasn't received the great immortal elder's true teachings, then it's only natural for me to fight. If you die, it will be a heavy blow to the immortal world." The great immortal elder shook his head. The Empress was an undefeatable legend created by the immortal world. If she died on the immortal demon battlefield, the impact would be too great. The Heavenly Power King's heart trembled. The great immortal elder didn't favor the Empress at all. Was the Dark Monarch's descendant really so terrifying? The Empress frowned and said, "Great immortal elder, I'm the number one of the celestial race's younger generation. The celestial race is one of the oldest monarch races in the immortal world. It's necessary for me to fight against the Dark Monarch's descendant. I don't necessarily lose to her." As a woman, the Empress was naturally unconvinced. "In the past, I encountered the Dark Monarch's descendant, a titled monarch who grasped the space-time Tao. In the end, I lost miserably." The great immortal elder's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. "I almost died. This space-time Tao is too peerless. On the other hand, the Dark Monarch's descendant can actually comprehend the space-time Tao at the Saint Realm. It can't be ignored." "What?" Su Yan's expression sank. The great immortal elder's injury was caused by this bloodline. His blood boiled with anger. He walked up and said, "Great immortal elder, I want to fight." There was nothing to say. The space-time emperor had taken care of him, and Su Yin wanted to repay him. However, he was too weak and couldn't help the great immortal elder. Now that the Dark Monarch's descendant had stepped out, Su Yin strongly wanted to fight. "No!" The great immortal elder raised his hand and stopped Su Yin. In fact, he was struggling in his heart. The Empress was right. It was natural for her to fight. "Su Yin, you don't need to say any more. You're strong, but the Dark Monarch's bloodline is the strongest race in the Dark World. Their foundation is not to be underestimated. The Empress took a deep breath and looked at the great Immortal Elder. Great Immortal Elder, you lost to the Dark Monarch's bloodline back then. It's understandable that you're afraid. However, I won't lose. I have grasped the heaven-opening monarch scripture. You don't need to provoke me. The great Immortal Elder shook his head with a wry smile. Empress, I know your true strength very well. Although I don't know the limit of this woman's power, have you thought about how big the impact will be if you lose? The Empress was silent. If the strongest person in the immortal world lost, would the younger generation of the immortal world have a chance to shine? This was a big problem. It wasn't a matter of faith. With the Empress's current status, she had to consider the overall situation of the immortal world. She was an invincible legend in the immortal world. The great Immortal Elder believed in her strength, but he was hesitant. Once the Empress was defeated, the legend of the immortal cave would cease to exist. Should I admit defeat? Su Yan's eyes widened. If the Empress didn't go, he wouldn't go. Should he just admit defeat? The great Immortal Elder's eyes fell on Su Yan. He was struggling in his heart. The best result was for Su Yan to go, but he might die. Of course, with Su Yan's strength, he could force out the black-robed woman's true strength. This was the safest option. Great Immortal Elder, are we going to back down? The Sky Power King growled. Our world will not back down this time. The great Immortal Elder shook his head and sighed. But I can't make a decision on this matter. Didn't you see the Starry Sky Emperor leave? He doesn't want to get involved. The immortal world couldn't afford to lose. The dark world was already restless. Su Yan knelt on one knee and said loudly, I am the space-time Emperor's disciple. It is only right for me to fight. The space-time Emperor's emotions surged. In his long years, he had also wanted to raise a stunning disciple to win back his defeat. This was the only time he had ever lost in his glorious history. Great Immortal Elder, make a decision. We can't let the dark world see us as a joke. Su Yan shouted, no matter who fights, we must respond. Otherwise, the Immortal Cave's disciples will lose their faith. All right. The great Immortal Elder raised his head. Su Yan was the biggest variable in this battle. He agreed. Su Yan's eyes shone with peerless faith. At the same time, he stared at the Empress and said, Empress, if I lose, I hope you can fight. I will. The Empress smiled bitterly. But Su Yan, this is unfair to you. I represent the space-time Emperor in this battle. It is only right. Su Yan's words were resolute and decisive. Then I will help you return victorious. The Empress shouted, her eyes filled with respect. Wang, the Immortal King regeneration pill directly dissolved, and a vast amount of energy and vitality scattered down, penetrating Su Yan's body. When his declining foundation was revived, his body, which was riddled with scars, was reconstructed. This process was very shocking. A blazing figure quickly burned between heaven and earth. War God Su Yan. It is War God Su Yan. The immortal world's soldiers shouted excitedly. They had finally made a decision. Su Yan was going to participate in the most terrifying battle. One had to know that the black-clothed woman was a dark world expert who was even more abnormal than the Golden Beast King. She was definitely the most terrifying war god expert in the history of the dark world. This could be said to be a battle that was enough to be recorded in the history of the dark world. Kill. Invincible. The soldiers in the sky roared like heavenly soldiers and generals. Their blood essence surged out, forming a vast storm that swept through the universe and the sky, emitting an earth-shattering momentum. Dong, dong, dong. One after another, the sound of war drums suddenly resounded, surging in the hearts of the immortal world army. It stimulated their battle blood and surged through their flesh shells into the outer space. The great immortal elder personally beat the war drums to cheer for Su Yan. The great immortal elder regretted that he couldn't teach Su Yan the space-time Milky Way before the battle. There wasn't enough time. The disciples of the immortal cave were shocked. The great immortal elder personally beat the war drums for Su Yan. This was equivalent to the space-time emperor cheering for his disciple. This was a supreme honor that caused the whole world to be in turmoil. Su Yin is going to participate in the battle. A large number of disciples of the Immortal Cave lost their composure. Just now, the Empress insisted on participating in the battle, but the great Immortal Elder didn't agree. What was the reason? Could it be that the Empress was inferior to Su Yin? Xingyin suddenly laughed. His face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with malice. The strength of the heavenly king of his clan was unquestionable. Even someone as strong as him was defeated miserably. Could Su Yin stop the black-clothed woman? Absolutely impossible. It's him. I thought it was the Empress. It doesn't matter. The war god of our world has just fought a battle. He killed Su Yin and suppressed the Empress. Only then can it be considered a success. Haha, the descendant of the Dark Emperor. Who can compete with him? No matter how strong the immortal world's disciples are, they will all fall. A storm surged in the Dark World camp. A series of young war gods had fanatical expressions. They didn't expect this woman's background to be so great. This was the symbol of invincibility. She had existed since ancient times and would never be defeated. Kill. What Su Yin? What Empress? They will all fall and submit to the law. The most powerful generation of our world. Who can contend against him? The war gods participating in the battle roared, their expressions full of reverence. The Dark Emperor's bloodline was also a legend in the Dark World. They didn't expect his descendant to come out. He would definitely sweep through the immortal demon battlefield and crush the Immortal Cave. Just now, Heavenly King Xingyun's miserable defeat was just the beginning. The Dark World storm surged. Some information leaked out, causing the expressions of some people in the Immortal World camp to change. Some immortal kings who had lived for a long time also knew about the great Immortal Elder's past. For a time, they were shocked to death. The unparalleled great Immortal Elder was defeated by their bloodline. This battle is also very important to the great Immortal Elder. Someone roared. The great Immortal Elder controlled time and time. He was invincible under the heavens. He had never been defeated in the immortal world. It was quite terrifying and inconceivable. However, he had been defeated before. He had been seriously injured and hadn't recovered for a long time. This was a terrifying matter. The disciples of the Immortal Cave were all shocked. How terrifying was the Dark Emperor's bloodline? Even if Su Yin had defeated the Golden Beast King, facing the invincible bloodline, did he have a chance of winning? Haha, good, very good. The young emperor was resentful. He roared in his heart. The old one was defeated. The young one was also defeated. Haha, how laughable. Both master and disciple were defeated, and they were defeated by the same power. How laughable. The storm in the Immortal World camp was howling. The momentum was getting more and more intense. Su Yin had already stepped onto the stage. With the help of the Immortal King regeneration pill, he stood at the peak and crossed over to the immortal demon battlefield. Su Yin, look, it's the heavens equal Sage King. The silent imperial city was in an uproar. Many old antiques once again pulled themselves together and laughed loudly. It should have been like this. It should have been like this. Kill them all. We won't be cowardly. Go, Su Yin, go all out and defeat the young war god of the Dark World. 3 battles, 3 victories, 3 victories. If Su Yin defeats the black-clothed woman, he will be the next imperial war god, an invincible legend. The cheers were too loud. Su Yin's 2 consecutive victories had already swept through the immortal world, causing a flourishing storm. More and more experts rushed to the imperial city to watch this battle. It's starting. So fast. Someone let out a shocking cry. Su Yin had just entered the immortal demon battlefield, and the most terrifying battle of Daesung directly erupted. The 2 great experts charged over at the same time. They were like 2 terrifying emperor stars, emitting endless divine might as they collided in an instant. Heaven and earth trembled, and the rivers and mountains were in chaos. The energy was too blazing, so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. The black-clothed woman's figure was gray like a boundless world. She instantly pressed down, swallowing the entire immortal demon battlefield. Su Yan's figure blazed, resplendent and overflowing into the sky. He rose from the ground step by step. He turned into an unparalleled heavenly king. Divine power rushed out of his pores, instantly engulfing the heavens and earth, surging even more violently than the sea. Kill! Su Yan roared, his divine bravery unparalleled. He was like an unparalleled god demon roaring through the heavens. The fist imprint he released was unparalleled in the world, collapsing the gray space that filled the sky as it charged toward the black-clothed woman. The greatest collision, a battle that was enough to be recorded in history. The immortal demon battlefield trembled 3 times. The 2 terrifying storms collided, splitting open the heavens. Blood, the entire world was covered in blood. Life and death were decided in a single exchange. Large amounts of blood scattered, dyeing the ground red and crushing the void. Chapter 2001. Su Yan's fist was ferocious and domineering. It instantly pushed into the ultimate domain. This fist broke open the dark space in front of him. The sky was filled with cracks. A terrifying figure swooped down. Under the rapid state, the flesh shell flowed with the source of chi and blood that caused the void to collapse. Su Yan let out a loud roar and punched at the woman in black. The sky was filled with fragments of great Tao. The dark space created by the woman in black was difficult for even the powerful starry sky heavenly king to break, but Su Yan broke it in one move. Boom! In the destructive space, the wind howled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The pressure was earth-shattering, making the emperor's hair stand on end. Even a gust of wind from Su Yan's fist was enough to tear the sky apart. However, the black-clothed woman was silent like a true immortal within the space that destroyed the world. She stood calmly from the beginning until the end. At this moment, coldness gushed out from her deep eyes as she faced Su Yan, who was charging over. She instantly waved her jade-white fist. A layer of spatial power that made people tremble suddenly erupted. It was as if the complete spatial great cosmos had covered the entire immortal devil battlefield in an instant. It was vast and majestic and simply covered the entire immortal devil battlefield. Her white fist flowed out of space-time vortex. Space-time strangulation, space-time blade. The woman in black waved her fist casually. It was filled with the power of several superpowers. It created a universe of destruction and collided with Su Yan's fist. Boom! The earth shook and the battlefield of gods and devils trembled. The 2 blazing fists smashed together, sputtering out a terrifying energy light rain. Su Yan's eyes widened. His body felt like it was in purgatory. The woman in black's fist was not only powerful, but it also contained an undetectable spatial power. It suppressed Su Yan's body and mind. Su Yan's fist trembled. In an instant, it was dripping with blood. The white bones could be seen. It almost exploded. How is this possible? A large number of soldiers trembled. In just one move, Su Yan, who had killed the Golden King Beast, was injured. The huge imperial city was silent to the extreme. Was Su Yan going to be defeated? It was a bloody scene. Many old experts lost control of their emotions. Was Su Yan not scary enough? The imperial city was also in chaos. The death of Starry Sky, Heavenly King, had already made them panic. If Su Yan was defeated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! Another loud explosion of the woman in black's white hands at the same time. Dark space fell down to kill Su of Gods. Is it over? How? Xiao Di shook his head. Most of the anger in his heart dissipated, and he felt extremely relieved. If the great immortal's new disciple died, it would be a huge blow to him, and he might even pass away faster. Speaking of which, the young war gods from the Dark Realm were all shocked. This was the difference, the great disparity. She was the descendant of the Dark Emperor's bloodline, the invincible inheritor. She made the young war gods of the various supreme races of the Dark World extremely shocked. Even Su Yan, who was strong enough to kill the Golden Beast King, couldn't stop her peak battle strength. The scene was blurry. Even Su Yan's body was dark. It was as if he had fallen into an endless space and could not find his way home. Open! An earth-shattering roar resounded. Su Yin had awakened his strongest physique in an instant. In this dark world, the aura of heaven burial surged. The light of 10,000 physiques bloomed and merged into one, evolving into an extremely powerful and overbearing strength. He killed his way out. As if they were there, the 10,000 spirits roared. Their blood flowed backward in anger as they saw Su Yin break through the dangerous situation of life and death and kill his way out of the encirclement. The great immortal elder clenched his fists. He was not calm. He was worried that Su Yin would die. How would he face the human world and the celestial court in the future? If we lose this battle, the younger generation of our world will never be able to stand out. But I believe that Su Yin will win. Definitely. The great immortal elder's expression was cold. This influence would sweep across the world for millions of years. After all, it had never happened that a peak hero couldn't fight back. Even though the heavenly dragon maiden had suffered a crushing defeat, she had still injured the golden beast king. However, the black-clothed woman had been terrifyingly calm from beginning to end. Heaven's burial fist, the dark space, collapsed. Su Yan's fists burned with golden light. It was like the sun was burning. The heaven's burial fist exploded. It was so magnificent that it could bury the universe. It collided with the woman in black in an instant. The vast world shook violently like a piece of paper. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The deep sky rumbled. Above the sky, the stars of the universe were torn apart one after another. How shocking was this? The laws of heaven and earth disintegrated. The collision of the two experts caused the immortal Tao to wail. A corner of the immortal demon battlefield began to collapse. Big Goldie's eyes widened. What kind of monster was this? The palms of the black-clothed woman were boundlessly large. They pressed down heavily, as if there were 108,000 palms. The gloomy space once again descended to the world. It actually destroyed the heaven-burying light that filled the sky. It hit Su Yin so hard that his fists trembled and his body flew out. Strength. This was the disparity in strength. Su Yan's physique was suppressed by a level. Su Yan, hold on, stand up. The Baokai let out a low roar. It grew up with Su Yin and had never encountered such a terrifying enemy. Never. Dong, dong, dong. The woman in black stepped forward. Step by step, the darkness became more intense. It covered the immortal demon battlefield. This world reverberated with a monstrous pressure. It was so heavy that it could collapse all the saints in the sky. Su Yan's body, which was flying, stabilized instantly. Under the pressure, he resisted with the heaven-suppressing art. The world had completely changed. The woman in black was in charge. The power of the realm covered the sky and earth. It suppressed Su Yan's body and shattered his physique. Boom! A sparkling white fist smashed over. The black-clothed woman's footsteps were steady, her expression cold and calm, looking extremely relaxed, but in reality, her strength could be said to be boundless. It was as if she smashed over a gray realm sea, terrifying beyond compare. What a strong woman! Su Yan's black hair danced in the wind as he was truly enraged. He charged forward, and the state of the Supreme Dragon wrestling technique erupted. Every move he made was filled with the principles of heaven and earth. Even the treasures in his body were surging and burning. His divine might was equally shocking. Kill! Su Yin fought until he went mad. Every fist drew blood. His most powerful trump cards erupted. Every strike was the most powerful. He fought a bloody battle against the woman in black in this dark world. The most powerful saints fought until heaven and earth disintegrated. The great Tao wailed. Everything was about to return to the chaotic era. Everyone's bodies went cold. They were all going stiff. This battle was too bitter. Su Yin fought until he went crazy. He was riddled with scars, and his body was dyed in blood. Anyone could sense how terrifying and unrivaled he was. He suddenly encountered a great enemy, yet he still exuded an unrivaled conviction. If not for Su Yin grasping a series of great divine abilities to protect his body, this battle would have been extremely dangerous. Wong. Surging blood splashed out, tearing apart the void. Su Yan's unrivaled domain began to shrink. The black-clothed woman's great Tao pressure suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It exceeded the scope of the world's understanding. It suppressed Su Yin until his figure began to dim. This was the great immortal elder's bloodline, the Dark Emperor's bloodline, the unrivaled legendary bloodline of the Dark World. The crowd roared. Could Su Yin hold on? Su Yin encountered endless slaughter. The order pressed down on his body. He was like a blood-stained war immortal trapped in purgatory. Bone dregs flew out from his pores as his body continuously trembled. On the other hand, the black-clothed woman wasn't injured at all. Her calmness made the experts of her generation panic. Pressure, endless pressure reverberated through the immortal devil battlefield. The all-suppressing power of the world swept towards Su Yin in an unending stream. Breakthrough, I want to break through. Su Yin suddenly let out a loud roar. His blood-stained, long hair danced. Under the absolute suppression, Su Yin seemed to have transformed into a war god that had collapsed. His flesh and blood burned fiercely, and his declining chi and blood instantly surged. Break for me. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. He instantly tore through the bottleneck of his cultivation realm. His entire body was burning fiercely. The aura he emitted forcibly surged by a large amount. Even time and space collapsed. It couldn't suppress Su Yan's aura. He was like a giant dragon roaring. The treasures in his body rumbled. Together with his accumulated foundation, it leaked out and penetrated Su Yan's flesh shell. In an instant, his aura was pushed up and pushed open the dark time and space. Roar! Su Yan roared into the sky. His roar shook the stars. The terrifying aura tore through the sky and collapsed the sky. It was so terrifying that it made the world tremble. It was so powerful that it could destroy the world. What kind of secret art is this? The experts of the Dark World camp were shocked. Su Yan's combat strength suddenly skyrocketed. Could it be that he used some kind of life-threatening divine ability? But this was a little shocking. After all, Su Yan's combat strength had soared too much. Breakthrough, he's actually breaking through. The Black Heavenly King's face was ugly. He was so angry that his lungs were trembling. What was this? When Su Yin fought with the Golden Beast King, he wasn't at the peak of the Saint Realm. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck, his life force had increased by a lot. His physique had strengthened by a lot. His overall divine power had also soared by a lot. The experts of the Dark World were furious. This was too arrogant. A level 8 Daesong was participating in the great war of immortals and demons. God, this is unbelievable. Su Yin isn't at the peak of the Saint Realm. Unbelievable. Just how strong is he? Even a level 8 Daesong could defeat the Golden Beast King. Su Yin is really terrifying. As expected of the invincible god of war, an existence like the Emperor's son. Kill. The entire imperial city was engulfed in an earth-shaking storm. The depressed, younger generation shouted with fanaticism. All the spectators' blood was boiling. One had to know that in the past, such a thing had never happened. But now, such a ridiculous thing had happened to Su Yin. It was like a resounding slap to the faces of the experts of the Dark World, causing them to open their eyes wide in anger. Was this a humiliation to the Dark World? Sir Immortal and the others felt their scalps go numb. He wasn't at the peak of the Daesong. What kind of joke was this? There was a big gap between the level 8 Daesong and the peak of the Saint Realm. Once one reached the peak of the Saint Realm, all Taoist skills would be perfected. The next stage would be the final 3 stages of cultivation. Therefore, the Saint Realm perfection was extremely important. Shouty's face was gloomy to the extreme. He had underestimated Su Yin. He had underestimated him from the beginning. Now he was at his strongest state. Su Yin let out a long roar. His flesh shell emitted an immeasurable amount of saint power. He had stepped into the Saint Realm perfection and opened a path to the heavens. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. He stepped into the Emperor Realm and dominated the world. powerful and prosperous. Su Yin felt as if his whole body had been revived. It was as if he had a second life. He was powerful and peerless. Sure enough, breaking through under such suppression brought great benefits to Su Yin. It was as if he had become one with the immortal Tao and turned into the strongest universe war god. His roar shook the starry sky. Kill! Su Yin crossed over. His fist was grand and majestic. It was as if he had blasted out a boundless universe. It could easily cover the sky and crush the stars in the sky. Heaven and earth exploded. The sky was dark and space collapsed. This fist destroyed the universe and shattered the power of the void. Its invincible might was unstoppable. A tempest was born on the immortal demon battlefield. Su Yan's figure cut through the universe and arrived in front of the black-robed woman. Bam! The black-robed woman raised her fist to resist. However, Su Yan's fist was as condensed as the universe. The woman's fist trembled as if it was about to explode. Chapter 2002. The black-clothed woman's appearance didn't change, but her essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Her short hair danced in the wind, and her entire body emitted an extremely sharp aura. Black light surged, and the collision caused the immortal demon battlefield to rumble violently. For a moment, the scene was extremely shocking. Boom! The entire sky darkened, and a terrifying aura overflowed. Even separated by the immortal demon battlefield, all the saints felt their hair stand on end. She was like an unparalleled demon king looking down on the world with disdain. Was this really a Daesung? Even the experts had a very outrageous feeling. At this moment, the black-clothed woman began to use her true strength, bringing out her peak battle strength. The dilapidated, gloomy world was once again reconstructed. The sky was pitch black like ink, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. Boom! Su Yan's expression was cold, and his blazing body illuminated the darkness like lightning. His pores gushed with the light of blood energy, instantly shaking the heavens above and earth below. So powerful, the people of the world cried out in shock. The peak Daesung, Su Yin, was too tyrannical. Because of their auras intertwining, the immortal demon battlefield produced an earth-shattering scene of destruction. Rip! Su Yan's entire body surged with blood energy, and his messy hair fluttered. His body suddenly tore apart the dark sky with a rumble like a grand universe star rushing to the end of time. He contained a tyrannical battle strength, and even wanted to destroy the eternal river. Su Yin, who stood at the peak of Daesung, could casually pierce through the heavens and destroy powerful enemies. Su Yan's life essence had a feeling of crossing over to the peak, standing at the peak. His powerful posture was surrounded by thick divine light, and he tore apart the darkness. He erupted with the strongest power and attacked the black-clothed woman. Su Yin brandished the heaven-burying fist. The Tao technique's perfection, the immortal Tao's unification. This gloomy world was struck until it trembled. Endless storms broke apart the dark space, and the killing intent was unparalleled. Bang, bang, bang. The black-clothed woman's jade, white hands stretched out, and one palm followed another. Her palms looked calm, but in reality, they contained the profound power of the void. Every palm had the power to cause the death of saints. In the battle for the summit, one came from the invincible branch of the dark world, and the other came from the strongest war god of the human world. They clashed fiercely, their fists and palms colliding. This battlefield world began to tremble, as if it was unable to bear the weight of their battle. The two powerful cultivators fought head-on. The entire battlefield flickered between light and darkness. Sometimes it was pitch black like ink, and sometimes it was overflowing with golden holy light. It was too fast. Many people couldn't keep up with the rhythm. The momentum on the battlefield became more and more majestic. Millions of thunderclaps rolled, deafening. It was as if an immortal king was roaring and a devil ancestor was chanting. Kill! The two great experts were incomparably terrifying. They fought their way to the peak of the heavens and then smashed into the ground. Their bodies continuously collided and fought, shooting out a rain of energy light. It was like a surging flood that quickly submerged the ancient star field and pulled down the cosmos stars one after another. The two powerhouses fought fiercely. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and ghosts wept and gods howled. The immortal demon battlefield was shaking more and more. At this point, the Dark World participants were silent. If it wasn't for the black-clothed woman, they would have been swept away by Su Yin. Everyone would have been blown apart. This was the disparity in strength. They couldn't help but admit that Su Yin was absolutely strong. The huge Emperor city was silent. Everyone was watching the battle on the immortal demon arena and gasping in amazement. Some big shots exclaimed. They had never seen such a stunning battle. Whether it was Su Yin or the black-clothed woman, they were both newcomers to the competition. Su Yin, fully deserving of the title of war god. The older generation sighed. Their battle experience was too rich. It looked like they were clashing head-on, but in reality, each of their moves carried the power of great divine powers. This was a real war god. This was an invincible war immortal who could trigger a golden storm. There was also blood. The black-clothed woman's palm was bleeding, and Su Yan's fist was spraying blood. The two powerhouses fought fiercely with their bodies. The contest of great divine powers had reached the most intense state. However, some people felt that it was too difficult to decide life and death. Kill! A world-shaking roar exploded. Su Yan's black hair danced in the wind. His moves were grand and grand. In an instant, his body blazed and his blood surged. He was like an immortal king descending upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was terrifying to the extreme. This was daring. This was domineering. It made the blood of cultivators of the same generation boil. It was too ferocious. He was like an overlord war god. Su Yan's roar shook the star field, emitting a domineering aura. His body blazed like a great universe. Mountains and rivers appeared, the universe's sea of stars, and 10,000 Tao appeared. Su Yan's body contained the sky and the sea, endless Tao techniques. Su Yan was invincible. His body was like a universe. His fist imprint was matchless. With a loud bang, it exploded the power of the world. This fist seemed to have reached the end of the eternal river, and it arrived in front of the black-clothed woman. Invincible! Invincible! The heroes of the immortal world shouted fanatically. Following Su Yan's figure, they all became glorious. At this moment, he was too powerful. The immortal devil battlefield resonated. Heaven and earth prostrated under his feet, suppressing everything. The grand fist imprint appeared in the universe. It was unstoppable and unmatched. It contained an invincible spirit. It was terrifying. Kacha, the area where the black-clothed lady was filled with dense black cracks. Su Yan's fist had destroyed everything. The impact caused her body to tremble violently. The chi and blood in her body churned, and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Black Heavenly King and the others were shocked. This kid's body was invincible. He had cultivated an invincible body. His power shook the world, destroying the laws of heaven and earth. It shattered the power of the world. Even the black-clothed woman's body was about to explode. Puffed. In the end, she spat out blood and staggered back. Her palm also cracked. Kill! Su Yin pressed down again. The golden holy light surged. It was more turbulent than the ocean. The sky collapsed. The stars and sky fell. There were even blood-colored moons disintegrating. He was simply an unparalleled monster. His aura shook the universe. This was very terrifying. Su Yin at the peak of Daesong was too powerful and peerless. The fist imprint revealed the laws of the universe. It once again crushed the black-clothed woman's reconstructed power of the world. It directly suppressed her body. The black-clothed woman's body was twisting. It was in danger of collapsing. The princess lost her composure. Su Yan's body was invincible. He was stronger than her. After all, Su Yan was at the peak of Daesong. He suppressed heaven and earth and bombarded the black-clothed woman with boundless killing intent. What is that? In an instant, It was as if a hand of darkness had descended on the world. A strange and indescribable aura appeared. The entire immortal devil battlefield became gloomy. It was as if the supreme laws of heaven and earth were perfectly presented. "It's here." Great immortal elder's expression was solemn. His body and mind were tense. Back then, his space-time and time Tao were defeated because of this supreme technique. He survived with great difficulty. After billions of years of silence, he deduced Tao techniques and finally perfected the space-time Milky Way. Unfortunately, time was too short. Otherwise, Great Immortal Elder would have imparted the space-time Milky Way to Su Yin. He had already thought it through. If Su Yin could survive and return to the Immortal Cave, he would impart everything he had learned to Su Yin. The infernal sea tested one's heart. Great Immortal Elder wanted to take in a disciple with extraordinary potential and good character. Su Yin met his requirements. Unfortunately, Su Yin had already embarked on the path of invincibility. Even if it was the real space-time Milky Way, it was only one of his trump cards. Boom! In an instant, the sky collapsed. What power is that? Balkai was terrified. The darkness covered the space-time. It was so terrifying that the gods were about to collapse to the ground. What power was this? Why would it appear on the immortal fiend battlefield? A huge black hand appeared completely and covered the entire ancient star sea. The scene was like the end of the world. The stars in the sky were melted, and a huge black hole appeared in the star region. The scene was unbelievable. How is this possible? The heavenly power king's eyes were about to split open. What out technique was this? It was like an immortal king was displaying his power. It could be said that the supreme order of laws was appearing. How could Su Yin resist this? What kind of monster was this? It was just Daesung's realm, but it could display the supreme order that only an immortal king could comprehend. Su Yin used his strongest power to resist, but he was still suppressed by the huge black hand. His body trembled violently. Blood spurted out his pores. His body seemed to be collapsing. Roar! Su Yin roared and stabilized his body that was about to explode. He looked at the dark world and felt that he was a little small. It was as if he was about to fall into the darkness and never be able to transcend. Only a few people remained silent. The immortal lords and the others knew very well that the Sky Opening Series Sutra could also display such power according to the environment. However, there was almost no hope. Even the young emperor back then couldn't do it. They didn't know whether the princess had it or not. The great immortal elder had once fought with the powerful descendants of the Dark Emperor. This supreme technique wasn't just a sutra. It mainly relied on the space-time source to drive it. In the end, it displayed the grand great Tao of the void that could suppress everything. Boom! Wisps of supreme fluctuations scattered. The divine might was vast, and it caused the world to tremble. The starry sky collapsed. It was hard to imagine that this was a Daesung's eruption. It was like the roar of an invincible being. The huge black hand that was as black as ink suppressed and destroyed everything. It was so deep that one couldn't see the end of it. Roar! Su Yin let out a long roar. His black hair danced in the wind. His blood-stained majestic figure blazed. His peak Daesung combat power was burning, forming a torrent of energy that attacked the huge black hand descending from the sky. Each torrent of energy displayed various great abilities. It was as if millions of tsunamis were crashing up, surging violently. Suppress! The black-robed woman shouted coldly. She was still as calm and cold as ever. The huge black hand that filled the sky pressed down with irresistible force. It allowed Su Yan's combat power to be domineering and invincible. It was completely unstoppable and destroyed everything. The endless shadow of death directly enveloped Su Yan. Su Yan's heart trembled. If he was hit, he would be half-crippled even if he didn't die. His body rippled with the sound of sutras. The universe sutra began to fully bloom. The universe and space-time appear behind him, carrying the sun and moon. It looked down on everything, in the heavens and on the earth. Only I am supreme. Su Yin roared. His body was like the universe. His left and right hands held the sun and moon. His might shook the world. In an instant, he struck down the huge black hand. Boom! The heavens trembled, the sun sank, and the moon was destroyed. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. It was as if the immortal demon battlefield was collapsing. Two unimaginable forces collided, sending out torrential waves of energy that swept out in all directions. No, the heroes of the immortal world cried out in horror. Suyin was already extraordinary enough. Even so, the huge black hand represented the void. It was boundless, magnificent, and majestic. It suppressed everything. The order of the universe, Sutra, collapsed completely. The unparalleled power was so deep that one couldn't see the end. It was as if one had fallen into the dark world sea and couldn't find the way back. The universe, Sutra, collapsed. The reason was that Su Yan's cultivation wasn't enough. He couldn't fully manifest the essence of the three sutras. He had to wait until he stepped on the path of an expert in the future to perfect it. Su Yan roared angrily. His body steamed with a vast energy light rain. Bearing the monstrous destructive power and being in the dark world sea, Su Yan's left hand blazed with sword radiance, while his right hand surged with saber radiance. One sword cut through time, reincarnation, and the heavenly Tao. The two peerless skills from the human world erupted. The whole world was filled with the aura of heavenly Tao. Sword cut through time, reincarnation, and the heavenly Tao. Su Yan let out a long roar. His body soared to the peak of the battlefield. His palms moved. The sword radiance was like the sea, and the saber radiance whistled. The saber and the sword seemed to be in harmony. The heavenly Tao flowed out. As Su Yan's palms pressed forward, the sword radiance was magnificent and the saber radiance was bright. In this dark space, a huge sword embryo appeared. It was a bright heavenly saber. Kill! Su Yan roared. His sword and saber erupted at the same time. Two large cracks instantly appeared in this vast dark space. They were so terrifying that they wanted to split apart the river of time, kill their way to the peak of the universe, and annihilate the heavens. Chapter 2003. Heaven and earth shook as all living beings called out. They longed for Su Yan to win and win the third battle. The entire imperial city was filled with shouts of killing. Whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, it was as if they had gone mad. Victory, victory! They roared as they lost control of their emotions. They called out to the immortal world war god. Invincible, invincible. However, some of them calmed down and were shocked. Such a tyrannical, peerless technique had erupted, yet it still couldn't tear apart the dark space. How powerful was the Void Realm path that the black-clothed woman grasped? This had already exceeded the scope of the Sage Realm's understanding. Kill! Su Yan roared toward the sky. His blood-stained black hair danced in the wind. His essence, energy, and spirit soared into the heavens. He still had the belief of being invincible in this world. A series of great Ubijna bloomed, erupted, and burned. Su Yan's ferocious aura became more and more shocking. The blood-soaked, immortal devil charged out from the dark realm sea. His majestic figure pounced to the peak of the firmament and shook the ancient star sea. Beat her up! Many people were roaring. The immortal monarch and the others found it hard to control themselves. His influence was too strong. The great immortal elder beat the war drum. From this, one could see that his emotions were surging. Su Yan had truly encountered the most terrifying battle. Once he made it through, his path of invincibility would be completely sealed. Moreover, in the immortal world, he could be called an emperor like war god. In the dark world, even if it was extremely deep, Su Yan was extremely powerful. He was like an endless blazing sun that was surging violently. He wanted to shatter the dark space and destroy all sources of power. Boom! Suddenly, the universe rumbled as if a long river of time had appeared. The energy fluctuation was too domineering. The entire star region was shaking. The sun, moon, and stars rumbled along with it. The black hand shone as if it had turned into the firmament of the universe. It encompassed everything and suppressed the war god of the immortal world. This attack was actually so terrifying. The energy bodies in the world collapsed. The light of great Ubijna shattered one after another. It was like a supreme giant palm that landed solidly on Su Yan's flesh shell. Su Yan roared angrily. His body trembled as if his spine was broken. His entire body was covered in blood. His flesh was split open, and his body and soul were about to be destroyed. In reality, if not for Su Yan's cultivation reaching the heavens, he would have collapsed from a single exchange, broken apart. Great Immortal Elder understood clearly what Su Yan was facing. It could be said to be the most powerful Tao law of time and space, encompassing heaven and earth, all embracing. Touching it would result in death. My Tao, my Dharma, I won't lose. Su Yan roared. His blood-stained body was rupturing as if the universe was disintegrating. Order was collapsing, and all things in the heavens were being destroyed. They were really dying and withering away. Boom! Su Yan's body trembled violently as blood gushed out from his pores, dyeing the sky and earth red. The darkness that filled the sky was like a monarch descending upon the world, affecting everything. Moreover, it was so deep that it made people panic. Even if it was an infinitely large grain of dirt, it was as if the sea of stars in the heavens were pressing down on him, wanting to suppress and kill Su Yan. Was he defeated? The path of invincibility had been briefly destroyed. There was no place for Su Yan to stay. The black-clothed woman sat cross-legged at the peak of the sky dome, sitting at the end of the gray space. She chanted sutras, the most powerful Tao law affecting time and space, evolving the world into an empty hand. At the same time, her pitch-black eyes that were like a deep pool stared at Su Yan. Towards this tenacious enemy, she really did feel some respect. However, no matter how much she respected him, he was still a mortal enemy. The large black hand suppressed down once more. The world that was riddled with holes was trembling. Endless killing power swept down. Heavenly might was vast and mighty. The sun and moon were destroyed. The power displayed by the large black hand was domineering and boundless. Even immortal kings found it hard to believe. Was this really something that a Daesong could erupt with? It completely suppressed Su Yan. What? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Someone lost control and shouted. Su Yan was too strong. They felt that even if they admitted defeat now, it would be worth it in exchange for Su Yan. But there was no hope. Once the great war of immortals and demons began, it would definitely be a cruel battle of life and death. No one could stop it unless both sides were injured and had no strength to continue fighting. Without a doubt, this attack of the black-clothed woman was even more ferocious than the previous one. It had already locked onto Su Yan's physical body. Su Yan roared, his body and mind on the verge of breaking apart. He was really going to die in battle, blood flowing through the sky. He wanted to break free, wanted to kill his way out, wanted to break out of the situation. His body emitted space-time sword radiance, cutting through time and collapsing heaven and earth. Moreover, he wanted to trace back the long river of time, trace back to the eternal space-time. In his sea of consciousness, a matchless divine sword seal shone, resonating with the energy emitted from Su Yan's body. Moreover, the scene of the mysterious skeleton using a sword to cut down the era also flowed out in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Heaven and earth are vast. Since there's no place for me to stay, I'll kill my way out. Su Yan's deep eyes shone. He vaguely grasped a long river of time and space, but it contained great destruction and great power. It was as if the heavens were rumbling, the universe was rotating, and the time in the sky was destroyed, sprinkling down in unison. Su Yan's body shone fiercely. It was as if he was standing outside of the three realms, jumping out of the long river of fate, standing in the future, looking down on this world. Time and space exploded. Su Yan's body was covered in bloody light that shot into the sky. This is... Yi Lingyun's expression changed. Yi Lingyun's expression changed drastically. He had sensed an extremely domineering sword intent that contained the feeling of slaughtering all living things. to enter the Tao through killing, to stop killing with killing. The heavens seemed to be weeping blood as heaven and earth were destroyed. The reincarnation heaven punishing Tao and the one sword to cut down the era had similarities. After all, they were the heaven punishing series of secret techniques that were connected in the same vein. One sword. A bloody sword mark flashed in Su Yan's eyes. His palms slowly extended upwards. The process was very, very slow. However, an indescribable power surged. It was as if it had cut off time and space, opening the time node. Su Yan's blood-stained body also seemed to be burning. It revealed a peerless sharpness, outlining a magnificent bloody sword light. The sword slashed the heaven-punishing Tao. It carried the time and explained the time. The moment it slowly rotated, the entire dark space rumbled and exploded. Even the huge palm that was about to press down trembled slightly. "Kill!" the black-clothed woman shouted coldly. The huge black hand instantly burned, revealing the most invincible emptiness hand Great Tao. It suddenly crushed the influence of the sword while that Su Yan emitted and ruthlessly suppressed his flesh and blood. Su Yan, Bamboo Moon screamed, shouting in the Imperial City's residence. Her heart was trembling. The entire Imperial City fell silent in an instant. There wasn't any clamor. Was it going to end? The world was silent, so oppressive that it was suffocating. Was War God, Su Yan, going to be defeated? The great immortal elder was roaring. His scattered hair danced in the wind. Intense emotions flashed in his eyes. He beat the war drum with force. Ah, Su Yan's roar resounded. It was a little mournful, a little ferocious. It tore through the sky and earth, sweeping across the dark world. Boom! In an instant, Su Yan's body blazed even brighter. The bloody sword light became thicker and more domineering. It revealed boundless killing intent and emitted the supreme order of laws. It was as if it wanted to cross the river of time and open up a new era of time and space. War God is invincible. War God is invincible. The crowd lost control of their emotions. The influence of the world made the immortal monarch and the others almost roar. At this moment, they truly admired Su Yan. He was too powerful and transcendent. It was as if he had erupted under the hand of an immortal king. He burned all his foundation and wanted to kill his way out of this hopeless situation. He was still fighting, not in despair, not discouraged. Slash! Su Yan roared. He wanted to sever the river of time and space. His blood-stained body completely changed, turning into a bloody sword light. He suddenly slashed forward. This sword was grand and peerless. This sword was full of boundless killing intent. It was as if it had drunk the blood of billions of lives, entering the Tao through killing. Back then, the mysterious skeleton had imparted the heaven-punishing sword path to Su Yan because his killing intent was too heavy. However, this supreme art of severing an era with one sword required a strong enough killing intent. Only then could one wield the great power of severing an era with one sword. Severing an era, breaking time. Su Yan roared. His body seemed to be torn into pieces. He charged forward with the sword light. It terrifyingly tore apart the universe and severed the dark time and space. It was as if he had split the river of time and separated the past and present. A terrifying great rift valley was opened, collapsing the heavens and destroying the earth. Boom! The dark gray time and space collapsed completely. Blood-colored sword light split the heavens, and it spat out an enormous blood-colored sword light. At the moment it hacked down, a large space-time rift was created, and it rippled with terrifying order laws. It was as if it was going to sever the long river of epochs, hack out countless years. Ah! Su Yan coughed up blood and laughed. He roared as if he had gone mad. His entire body was collapsing and seemed to be disintegrating. However, his spiritual will was monstrous. He stabilized his broken body and emitted boundless battle intent. Chi! This sword light was too invincible. In an instant, it reached the place where the black-clothed woman was sitting cross-legged. It was so sharp that it was almost impossible to block or dodge it. It slashed the top of her head, causing a crack to appear on her cold face from between her eyebrows to her neck. Blood, black blood. It flowed and sprinkled down, dyeing the black-robed woman's body red. No, this scene made the experts of the dark world cry out miserably. The immortal king's eyes were about to split open. The emotions in their hearts were indescribable. They could only roar. Was he defeated? Was the most invincible war god of the dark world defeated? Was he slashed to death? The imperial city rumbled. Nothing could be heard anymore. The shouts were too terrifying. The army of the immortal world roared excitedly. One after another, the immortal kings roared. Only a few people remained silent. However, their hearts were rippling with cold air and killing intent. There was also a hint of fear. Suyin was too powerful. He was invincible and brilliant. He used his combat strength to prove his potential. Good! The princess also shouted excitedly. Suyin won and slashed open the path of void. One sword slashing epic was extremely sharp. Suyin had entered the Tao through killing and had seen through the supreme profound. In fact, it was only because of Su Yan's spiritual will that it had burst out. The fiercest killing intent had turned into the source of battle and evolved into one sword-slashing epic. Of course, with Su Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to slash out a true path of void. However, it was the same for the black-robed woman. It was impossible for the path of void to evolve to a complete level. This time, the black-robed woman lost in the competition of supreme Tao skills. Cracks appeared on her face, and her body was about to explode. In an instant, the sword embryo on the black-robed woman's back hummed. It was also unsheathed in an instant. Black sword edges flowed out and shot out in thousands of threads. They covered the black-robed woman's body and stabilized her body that was about to break into two. At the same time, her eyes burned with black flames. The black flames were like two black lotuses blooming. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. In an instant, snow-white light overflowed into the sky, illuminating the shattered battlefield of the immortals and demons. A huge axe appeared between heaven and earth, as if it was splitting open the sky. The small stone axe finally awakened. The sky was filled with axe light that swept across the mountains and rivers. It was incomparably domineering. Chapter 2004. The axe light split the sky and swept forward with a hula sound. Along the way, the mountains, rivers, and earth split apart. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly small axe could actually erupt with such power. After all, this was the tough, immortal devil battlefield. Everyone was shocked. What was the origin of this little stone axe? They couldn't see any clues, but it contained exceptional sharpness. Dazzling axe light splashed out as if it was splitting open the sky. Su Yan, whose flesh was dyed in blood, brandished the little stone axe and rushed over murderously. Under the state of divine feet, he arrived in front of the black-clothed woman in an instant. Kung Chong. The black-clothed woman's eyes suddenly widened. The wounds on her face healed on their own. Her eyes burned with dark flames as if they were about to destroy the world. Large expanses of the void were shattered. Just now, Su Yan almost broke her open, yet she could still stand up. What kind of secret technique is she using to suppress it? I don't believe that she could so easily recover from such a powerful killing force. Inconceivable. This woman's battle prowess is just too strong. However, Su Yan's injuries are also disastrous. It seems like they were evenly matched just now. The experts cried out in alarm. Half of their hearts went cold. The following battle would most likely be even more difficult. The black-clothed woman's expression was ice cold. The black sword core on her back was completely unsheathed. A black tide overflowed into the heavens, as if an unrivaled demonic weapon was coming into being. The black sword core awakened and flowed with boundless killing intent. It could easily crush heaven and earth, causing many people to tremble in fear. This was not an ordinary vicious weapon. The sword core was pitch black like ink and was like a demonic sword lying horizontally in the ground. The moment it was unsheathed, the entire world exploded. Kill! Su Yin brandished the little stone axe and furiously chopped down. The dark tide that was rushing towards him was completely destroyed. An exceptional sharpness engulfed everything. Regardless of whether it was the little stone axe or the black sword core, they were both rare, vicious weapons. The two great weapons collided in an instant. How long? The scene between heaven and earth overflowed into the heavens. Sometimes it was pitch black like ink. Sometimes it was bright and surging like snow. The entire ground collapsed. The two great experts at the peak fought together. The vicious weapons clashed violently, and killing intent surged and spread outwards. The pressure made each other's bodies tremble, and blood flowed endlessly. Both of them were severely injured in the fight just now. Now that they were wielding the murderous weapons to fight a life and death battle, both of them were bleeding from their corporeal bodies as if they were about to explode. The great battle was intense and terrifying, affecting one's heart. Baokai growled. This battle was too difficult for Su Yin. He was already at the limit of his endurance. Now it was time to see who could endure it. Su Yin, he's not from the immortal world. He's from the mortal world. Yet he still dared to risk his life. He's a true hero with an indomitable spirit. He's the fortune of the immortal world. These words made some of the old immortals in the immortal grotto sigh. They had wanted to secretly target and make things difficult for Su Yin, but now it seemed like they were wrong. They even wondered if the Empress could be as violent as Su Yin if she went up on stage. Su Yin, charge! Someone roared out. They looked at the blood-covered war god, his life force still boundless. Just how much life force did he ignite? This was a life and death battle, the battle reaching its climax. Vicious weapons collided continuously. They were also shaken by the recoil of the vicious weapon's power. Flesh flew everywhere, half of their bodies about to shatter. This type of battle was too bitter. The scene was horrifying, too horrible to look at. The terrifying battle of blood that overflowed into the heavens attracted the attention of all the Emperor-level experts. These two matchless heroes represented two great factions. It could be said that they were competing for the number one of their generation. Victory or defeat would affect the overall situation of the immortal devil battlefield. Su Yin and the black-clothed woman's bodies were dripping with blood, their white bones visible. In reality, it was hard to say who was stronger. It was just like how the swords severing the great era operated, exceeding the limits of the flesh. If it was repeated, no one would be able to hold on. Great immortal elder, should this end in a draw? Su Yan's losses are too great. His body is about to rot. If this continues, he'll die. That's right, great immortal elder. Su Yin is the war god of the immortal world. No accidents can happen to him. I think it should end in a draw. After all, our world still has the princess, but I'm sure that the dark world has no one else. Several immortal kings stood out and strongly requested a ceasefire. They did not want to see Su Yin die in battle. This sentence also gained the approval of everyone in the world. Su Yin had already fought to this extent. He could contact the dark world to end the battle in a draw. Why? Xiao Di came back to his senses and wanted to retort. However, he really did not dare to speak. Su Yan's prestige now was too great. Moreover, the great immortal elder was overseeing the three realms battlefield. The Emperor City seemed to have gone crazy. Shouts filled the sky. This was a battle of glory, a battle of glory, a battle of matchless supremacy. Su Yin is my disciple. I want him to stop the battle more than any of you. The great immortal elder said in a low voice. Once the dark world is defeated in this battle, they will definitely not be able to rise up in the immortal demon war. Do you think they will admit defeat? How can they be satisfied if they don't fight to the end? This matter concerned the honor of a race. At this point, the dark world would definitely not lower their heads. A draw had to be agreed by both sides. Otherwise, no one would be able to affect the outcome. Boom! The immortal demon battlefield rumbled and shook. The sky was filled with great Tao fragments. The battle had already reached its peak. Both experts were heavily injured. They erupted with all their strength, wanting to kill their opponent and obtain the most crucial victory. The axe split the sky. It looked very small, but it could easily destroy an ancient star region. After all, this was obtained from the number one mountain. In Suyan's state, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. The black-clothed woman wielded a black sword embryo. It was cold and peerless. It emitted a dark blade that made it difficult for saints to look directly at it. It constantly emitted destructive waves. Suyan's axe split the void. The peerless blade made the black-clothed woman not want to face it head-on. On the contrary, the black-clothed woman's blade was extremely fast. It cut through the flesh of emperors like tofu. The order of heaven and earth collapsed. This was a battle of life and death. There is no doubt that this was the most critical moment. This was the most dangerous battle. One careless mistake could lead to death. Clang, clang, the sword and axe collided. Loud sounds echoed, causing turbulent energy ripples that densely covered the immortal demon battlefield. After hundreds of collisions, it was difficult to determine the winner. The longer the two experts fought, the more serious their injuries became. The world was filled with blood. Boom! Suyan swung the small stone axe wildly. His battered body emitted the light of life. His entire body emitted a terrifying spiritual will that roared and never gave up. The black-clothed woman's black sword embryo trembled slightly. Her palm was cracked. The two divine weapons clashed against each other. When the two terrifying gods of war stared at each other, their eyes turned cold. One side was like a bottomless abyss, while the other side was like a vast universe. In an instant, the black-clothed woman's eyes burned with deep black flames. The flames were in a ghostly state and began to spread. Together with terrifying great Tao runes, they sputtered out a monstrous wave that was blazing and biting cold. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. Suyan coughed up blood. His primordial spirit was about to die. It was as if he was in the 9 hells, purgatory. It was so cold that it was about to melt. It was clearly a flame, but it was incomparably cold. Moreover, it danced with a turbulent, dark storm that was about to tear the 9 heavens apart. What is that? Someone shouted in horror. Suyan's face was torn apart. The black torrent turned into a flaming storm that invaded Suyan's forehead. The top of Suyan's head was as black as ink. The wind roared and was about to blow his body apart. Suyan growled. Instantly, the pain penetrated his heart. His bones were about to be torn apart, burned, and melted. He was about to self-destruct. Not good. It's the netherworld karmic fire. The great immortal elder's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "This woman actually controls the netherworld karmic fire. This fire can even burn an immortal king to death. Although its power is not strong enough, once it affects Suyan, it will greatly reduce his combat strength." What? This is the strongest flame of the dark world, the netherworld karmic fire. The chaos immortal elder's expression was ugly. It was rumored that this flame was not only bone-chilling, but it could also freeze the primordial spirit and flesh of an expert in an instant. It also contained a huge storm that could tear apart a person's body and shatter their primordial spirit. Bao-Cai's breathing was heavy. Then, he saw that Suyan's flesh and blood had been frozen. It was too fast. The black-clothed woman decisively took out the netherworld karmic fire. It seemed that she wanted to kill Suyan. Boom! Suyan's body glowed. Even in the Frost Kingdom, the blood in his body was ridiculously vigorous, forcefully blocking the cold air from entering his body. Of course, this was not enough to fight against the netherworld karmic fire. Suyan's primordial spirit scattered down thousands of layers of yang qi, penetrating into his body and instantly shattering the freezing power. Whoosh! The sky was filled with a dark storm. How could the netherworld karmic fire be so easy to break? It turned into a black flaming storm. Everything in its path was torn apart, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. Hundreds of millions of black blades swept over, wanting to shatter Suyan's physical body. Roar! In an instant, Suyan's forehead bone blazed. His primordial spirit stepped out and roared in the starry sky. The golden primordial spirit also burst out with golden flames that burned fiercely. Soon, in the world of the dark storm, a huge golden lotus bloomed. "Break for me," Su Yan roared. The red lotus karmic fire was fully awakened, creating a huge rift valley in the black storm. The huge flames turned into a lotus platform, ferociously suppressing the black-clothed woman's primordial spirit. The black-clothed woman roared angrily. The flames in her eyes also turned into the netherworld karmic fire and collided with Su Yan's red lotus karmic fire. "Good, it's the red lotus karmic fire, ha ha ha." The experts of the celestial world laughed. They did not expect Su Yan to have such a treasure. The red lotus karmic fire had already merged with Su Yan's primordial spirit. It bloomed and burned in the world of the netherworld karmic fire. At this time, the struggle for supremacy was even more intense. The primordial spirits of the two experts left their bodies and exploded with primordial spirit power to attack each other's primordial spirits. As the two karmic fires collided with each other, they even merged together to form the destructive fire lotus. Su Yan's small stone axe spun in his palm. As he danced to the extreme, the three ancient marks on the axe shone. Heaven-splitting three axes. The three great skills were unleashed. The small stone axe revealed a cutting power. Axe light filled the sky, one after another. There were a total of 3 supreme attacks. Chop, chop, chop. The 3 axe lights, the profoundness of extreme killing, triggered a terrifying world influence. It was as if 3 heaven-splitting axes were chopping down. Empty sword Dao. The black-clothed woman's expression changed slightly. The black sword embryo in her hand shone, as if it had entered the void. The sword light was everywhere, engulfing the entire space. In an instant, it collided with Su Yan's small stone axe. What move is this? I've never seen it before. This woman's sword Dao is too profound. It blends space and time, and has boundless killing intent. Su Yan's moves are also not to be underestimated. I can't see the inheritance and origin. Everyone was shocked. They had already fought to this extent, and almost all their divine abilities had been used up. Could it be that there was no way to determine life and death? Was it really going to end a draw? This was what the Dark World did not want to see, because once it ended in a draw, they would lose the right to participate in the competition. Great immortal elders' breathing was heavy. With every breath that passed, Su Yan's life force was greatly depleted. His entire body was covered in a rain of blood. Even the world's most powerful dragon horse would be exhausted to death. "Quickly kill him!" Black Heavenly King and the others roared. The divine weapon's killing intent already overflowed into the heavens. Was it still not enough to kill Su Yan? This was the empty sword Dao. It was everywhere, the immortal devil battlefield covered in killing intent. Would there be any place for Su Yan? However, the small stone axe's power became more and more extreme. The 3 axe lights' origins were unfathomable. They hacked through everything. No matter how far and deep the empty sword Dao's range was, the heaven-splitting 3 axes was enough to crush everything that swept toward Su Yan. In the end, the 2 great, exceptional divine weapons collided once again. The power shook the heavens. A pitch-black crack appeared in the ancient star domain. It was as if the most powerful, vicious weapons were colliding with each other. The world trembled, and the sun and moon fell. "Come, let's decide life and death." Su Yan's head was dyed in blood. His long hair draped over his shoulders. He was majestic and imposing. His moves were large and powerful. The 2 great divine weapons collided at the peak of the firmament. The immortal world's war god's body was still unrivaled. The blood-soaked demonic god's roar shook the world. Su Yan's moves were large and powerful. He continuously attacked over 100 times. The black-clothed woman also roared. She erupted with her strongest power to contend against Su Yan. However, Su Yan's battle strength was becoming more and more terrifying. His foundation was completely ignited, giving the black-clothed woman a terrifying pressure. Blood was flowing out from her mouth and nose. She was somewhat unable to withstand Su Yan's terrifying battle strength. He was staking his life on the line. He struck her until her body trembled. so much so that the crack between her eyebrows finally appeared. Her body was about to collapse into two pieces. Ah! The woman cried out mournfully. Her frail body erupted with blazing flames. She looked terrifying and sinister. Her willpower was not inferior to Su Yan's. She was like a demon from purgatory standing above the earth. She attacked Su Yan. Kill! Su Yan roared. His fists drew blood as he fought crazily. His physical body was about to explode. It was too bitter. His life force was burning, forcing out all of his most ferocious combat strength. He punched out tens of thousands of times, causing heaven and earth to disintegrate and the great stars to fall. The immortal devil battlefield was simply blown apart by Su Yan. Rumble! A vast storm engulfed the entire sky. It was accompanied by a rolling rain of blood. All kinds of divine abilities were released as he struck out with his strongest foundation. I kill! Su Yan's roar was somewhat mournful. In a short period of time, he had violently punched out tens of thousands of times. He blasted out all of his foundation and divine abilities. He wanted to decide life and death. The black-clothed woman trembled all over. In the end, the dark divine light burst out with tens of thousands of fist imprints. In the end, Su Yan's roar exploded. Her protective divine light exploded. She spat out blood. Her body was in tatters and covered with dense fist imprints. Her bones were ruptured and her organs were shattered. Even her spine was broken. She couldn't take it anymore. She was sent flying and fell into a pool of blood. Sorry, brothers. This chapter was edited for a long time in the morning. The update was late. Chapter 2005. I can't see anything clearly. I can't see anything clearly. I think I saw the woman from the dark world fly out. She was blown apart by Su Yan. War god Su Yan burned his life and unleashed tens of thousands of punches. He fought with his life on the line. He will definitely win. A storm howled in the Imperial City. The emotions of billions of creatures surged. Men, women, old, and young all cried out excitedly. They were especially crazy. Even many old antiques let out shocking cries. War god! This was a peerless war god. No one would have thought that Su Yan would be so crazy when he fought with his life on the line. He unleashed tens of thousands of punches in a short period of time, practically paying the price of his life. He displayed the might of the immortal world and the might of the younger generation. The whole world trembled. The entire immortal demon battlefield was filled with howling winds. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It could be said to be the end of the world. Was the battle over? Suddenly, it was not over. The entire battlefield began to shatter. This meant that the level of their battle, just now, was too high. When the black-clothed woman was sent flying, the space-time collapsed, giving birth to a purgatory of destruction. The aura of the immortal demon battlefield was also completely berserk. The heavenly wind howled. The world was filled with fragments of the great Tao. It was filled with blood and chaos. The spectators began to fall silent. Just what level had they fought to just now? The boundless Three Realms battlefield was immeasurably grand. This was the place where heroes were buried, where countless soldiers died. It emitted a great ominous aura. After countless years of fighting between races, the Three Realms battlefield had long become a huge graveyard. Woo-woo. Vaguely, there was the sound of gods and demons crying. The atmosphere of the Three Realms battlefield was oppressive to the extreme. The two races confronted each other without any signs of life. Billions of creatures found it difficult to calm down. Their chests were filled with suffocation. No one wanted the war god of their race to be defeated. No one wanted. Everyone wanted to know the answer as soon as possible. Quickly look. In the world-destroying immortal demon battlefield, the world was riddled with holes. Howling winds howled, dust billowed, and destructive ripples flowed. Suddenly, everyone saw a figure stand up, dyed in bloody light. He was riddled with scars. It was a tragic sight. His life was in danger. But everyone felt that this figure was too tall and domineering. He walked in the destroyed space-time, leaving behind bloody footprints with each step. War god Su Yan. Everyone in the celestial world roared. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and respect. He was the first to stand up. His arms were bleeding. The explosion of 10,000 punches had taken away half of Su Yan's life. If not for his strong will that was comparable to an emperor, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to stand up. Not good. The Black Heavenly King and the other's expressions changed drastically. Su Yan had stood up. Was he a descendant of the Dark Emperor? Could it be that he was so heavily injured that he couldn't even get up? The facts proved that Su Yan's physical body was too powerful. It was invincible since ancient times. He stood in the state of madness of the Sage Realm. It could be said that he was a ferocious dragon in human form. His killing intent was peerless. He was full of boundless aggressiveness and strong fighting spirit. Gradually, Su Yan approached an area with a strong aura of destruction. A black-clothed woman was lying in a pool of blood, her body covered with dense fist marks. She let out a painful groan, but the tenacity and determination in her eyes moved Su Yan. As an opponent, Su Yan admired her. But as an enemy, this woman had to be eliminated. Otherwise, she would be his greatest enemy in the future. There is no sympathy or friendship between races. Only by fighting to the death and killing the enemy could one win and live. Admit defeat, Su Yan roared. His body was covered in blood. His face couldn't be seen. He was like a ferocious demon that crawled out of a sea of blood. Admit defeat. I'll give you a chance to end yourself. Otherwise, I'll crush you completely. Su Yan admired a woman from the dark world for being able to do this. He wanted her to die with dignity. Ha ha, ha. The black-clothed woman was laughing. She struggled in the pool of blood, trying to get up again and again. But every time, she fell into the pool of blood. She shook her head. Her mouth and nose were bleeding. Her was a little blurry. She couldn't get up. She had exhausted all her strength. She was severely injured by Su Yan's fist. It was difficult for her to gather her life force in a short time. Still not admitting defeat, Su Yan roared. His blood-stained black hair fluttered. His body was tall and intimidating. His whole body was covered in bloody light, tearing the entire broken void. Su Yan wanted to shout. Why did the three realms have to fight? Why did they have to fight? Of course, he couldn't sympathize with this black-clothed woman. The tragedy of the human world was still vivid in his mind. The Grand Elder and the others couldn't come back. A million years ago, the Dark World invaded, and the Xianhuang universe suffered a great blow. Too many people died. But Su Yan still wanted to ask, what happened when the three realms could coexist peacefully? Since the Dark Lord was the Lord of the Dark World, perhaps this woman knew something about this matter. I won't lose. I won't. The black-clothed woman coughed up blood. She endured the pain and sat down. She looked at Su Yan and mocked. I didn't expect that I couldn't stand up because of you. I also want to give you a chance. The human world has been destroyed. Leave, or you will die here. What trump card do you have? Just use it. Su Yan said coldly. I want to see what else the Dark Lord's lineage has. I will represent the space-time Lord in this battle. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. As you wish. The black-clothed woman roared to the sky. Her short hair fluttered. She had declined to the extreme and didn't even have the strength to get up. But after all, she belonged to the Dark Lord's lineage. The dormant bloodline was surging. Suddenly, the destroyed immortal demon battlefield danced in the wind. The sky exploded, and the stars in the sky were destroyed. One could imagine how terrifying it was. What is that? Bao Kai roared. Victory was in his hands, but the aura rising from the black-clothed woman's body was terrifying. The sky was destroyed. It was as if the river of time had been cut off. It had reached the end of time. It was the end of the universe. Blood rained down from the sky. The black-clothed woman roared again. Her body was as black as ink, like an unparalleled demon awakening from a deep slumber. The bloody light from the exploding sky rolled out into the sky. It was like a bloody catastrophe of the universe, shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, the black-clothed woman seemed to have turned into another person. Her eyes shot out a demonic luster, like a demon sleeping in purgatory. Blood rained down, destroying time and space. A huge book vaguely appeared. The Book of Life and Death, The great immortal elder's eyes widened. His body trembled, and he had an ominous feeling. The young emperor's silent face was filled with joy. At the same time, there was fear in his heart. Who didn't know that the Dark World had a peerless heavenly book called the Book of Life and Death? It could determine one's life and death. It was said that once this book was opened, even the emperors would fall and die. Of course, the Book of Life and Death was too ancient. The Dark World hadn't had this book for a long time. No one knew if it really existed. Good. The Black Heavenly King and the others laughed excitedly. The Dark World's strongest trump card, Order, was unleashed. Who could compete with it? No one would have thought that the black-clothed woman could use the Book of Life and Death's order law. She used her own bloodline and order law to construct it. It was like summoning the projection of the Book of Life and Death. It was so grand that it made the gods tremble. Book of Life and Death. Su Yan's expression changed. He had a remnant of the Book of Life and Death. However, he didn't expect this book to be related to the Dark World. It was just a blurry book, but it flowed with an aura that made the immortal kings tremble. It was accompanied by a series of deep chanting sounds. In an instant, the sky and earth welcomed a great change. The roar seemed to be transmitted from prehistoric times. The sky was filled with bloody light, and then it became as black as ink. It was a scene of destruction. The sky and earth were dark and ean. The thick ground collapsed, turning into a black abyss. It was like a real purgatory was forming. What is that? Su Yan was surprised. He saw the purgatory underground and saw countless living beings screaming. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count. The immortal kings howled in grief. It was too real. Immortal kings fell down one after another, smashing into the purgatory. They didn't even struggle for a bit before they lost all signs of life. There was even a voice that made Su Yan's hair stand on end. It was as if a supreme emperor was wailing. A large hand reached out from the purgatory, grabbing the emperor's body, crushing him into the purgatory to carry out the world's cruelest judgment. Were these scenes real, or were they projected by the Book of Life and Death? Could it be that this book could suppress an emperor in the past, carry out a judgment on an unmatched giant? My race will rule the world, regain control of the purgatory. The black-clothed woman's tone was ice-cold, without any expression. Her figure seemed a bit imposing, as if she turned into a dark emperor, treading on the long river of death, stepping on the corpses of the heavens, grasping the Book of Life and Death, ruling the world. How long? In that instant, the purgatory of darkness rose and fell, as if a matchless giant beast was roaring. It was too terrifying, the heavenly domain exploding. Su Yan was as insignificant as a speck of dust. In front of the Book of Life and Death, it was as if he wasn't even worthy of being judged. Su Yan let out a low roar, his black hair dancing chaotically, his blood-stained body burning fiercely. This was an irresistible power. It was as if the hand of death had grabbed his neck, wanting to pull him into the purgatory of death. At this moment, he truly experienced death. No matter how he struggled and resisted, it seemed especially powerless. It was as if he was facing the judgment of the heavens. Roar! Su Yan roared towards the sky, his declining body instantly surging with 10-colored precious blood, his aura becoming much stronger. He illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, like one of the 10 great immortal ancestors, roaring about the cycle of life and death, jumping out of the long river of fate, looking down on the heavens. Terrifying radiance blossomed, the 10-colored immortal splendor blazing to the extreme. In an instant, Su Yan changed. Under the pressure of the Book of Life and Death, in the devouring domain of the endless purgatory, one figure after another rose behind Su Yan, as if the emperors had returned by stepping on the heavens, reigning over the world once again. The black purgatory directly collapsed, as if it had angered a taboo. Even the blurry and huge Book of Life and Death was trembling. This is impossible. Who are you? The black-clothed woman's expression changed greatly. Who was he? Who in the 3 realms could escape the judgment of the Book of Life and Death? unless it was a truly supreme, unrivaled giant who looked down on time and eternity. But Su Yin was clearly not one. Could it be that he came from outside the three realms? This battle will be written in the public account in the morning. Everyone, follow my public account and search for Azure Sky Leaf to add. In a few days, I will announce the ending time of Emperors only. Chapter 2006. Darkness, an endless world of darkness, covered the immortal demon battlefield. A terrifying storm howled in the Emperor City. Countless people felt like their guts were being torn apart. They could vaguely see the book of life and death blooming. All of them were terrified and roared uncontrollably. There were very few rumors about the book of life and death. However, it was said that it was the strongest treasure of the dark world. Just the projection of its laws was enough to slaughter all the immortals and demons. Is Su Yin going to be defeated? Someone roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and he lost control of his emotions. He was full of respect for this immortal world war god who risked his life. Of course, 99% of the cultivators had never seen Su Yin before. They had only heard of him. However, Su Yan's performance on the immortal demon battlefield had won their recognition and worship. Was such a tenacious warrior going to wither because of the book of life and death? He must survive. Bamboo Moon's eyes were red. She suddenly regretted telling Su Yin that he had a descendant. If Su Yin really died in the arena, he would have one less regret in his life. His bloodline would have a successor and continue his invincible legend. This battle affected the hearts of too many people. No one would have thought that such a huge change would occur. No one would have thought that the heavenly Tao King and the others would be defeated so miserably. In this great war of immortals and demons, the Dark World's trump cards came one after another. Now that the Book of Life and Death had appeared, the blurry and huge book gave people a mental pressure. It was only the shadow of the laws and order, but this book gave the onlookers the shadow of death. Look! Someone roared and watched the endless dark purgatory suddenly collapse. Surging 10-colored immortal radiance shattered the entire space and broke the sky. Even the Book of Life and Death was broken. It's a comeback. It's a comeback. The old antiques roared. Their hair danced in the wind as they roared. It's a comeback. This is a battle that will be recorded in history. The immortal world will win. Kill. Victory is inevitable. Kill. Invincible. Heaven's equal sage king is invincible. Heaven's equal sage king, the emperor's son of war god, will be invincible in the future. All the creatures in the heavens roared. Their voices shook the clouds as they shouted excitedly. At this moment, everyone noticed that the boundless darkness was collapsing, shattering, and being destroyed. The unparalleled influence caused the entire immortal devil battlefield to become blurry. Nothing could be seen clearly. Some people even felt that the battlefield had collapsed and ceased to exist. Su Yan's entire body was surrounded by 10-colored brilliance. One after another, majestic figures surrounded him, making him look like an emperor. This was a very terrifying emotion that originated from his bloodline, from himself. Who are you? The question, who are you, caused Su Yin to turn silent. He stared at the black-clothed girl and said, "My name is Su Yin." Crack. The black-clothed woman's body was breaking apart, gradually turning into a rain of black light. She was somewhat blurry, somewhat illusory, somewhat unreal, as if she had never been here before. She was like a mysterious imprint. Was this death? "Su Yin, we will meet again," the black-clothed woman whispered. Her figure turned into a black rain of light that gradually dimmed, as if her body and soul had been destroyed. Meet again? Su Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Could it be that she didn't die? But this shouldn't be. The great immortal devil war required one's physical body to participate. No factors could affect it. Otherwise, one would be excluded from the great immortal devil war. Be careful of the three emperor clans. Vaguely, Su Yin heard a mysterious whisper that reverberated in his ears. However, it was like thunder that struck Su Yan's heart one after another. What did it mean? The three emperor clans referred to the reincarnation emperor clan, the Xian people, and the celestial race. The black-clothed woman was telling him to be careful of the 3 emperor clans before she left. What does it mean? Su Yan roared. An expert from the dark world was telling him to be careful of the 3 emperor clans? Wasn't this too ridiculous? Without a doubt, billions of years ago, the Xian people and the reincarnation emperor clan secretly colluded with the dark world to destroy the human world. Only a few clans in the dark world knew about this. He believed that the Dark Emperor's lineage also knew about this. Back then, the human world and the celestial world joined forces to fight against the dark world. However, the human world suddenly lost and took a huge risk. Some of the emperor clans that joined forces with the dark world also took the risk of the celestial world falling in the future to destroy the dark world. There was definitely a big problem involved in this. But what did all this have to do with the celestial race? Answer me. Su Yan roared, his eyes wide open. Unfortunately, the black-clothed woman had completely faded and disappeared without a trace. Su Yan clenched his fists. Was she trying to sow discord? To be honest, he was really vigilant. After all, Su Yan didn't have any good feelings towards the 3 emperor clans and the 2 clans. On the contrary, he was much better towards the celestial race. In the world, the wind was very loud and bone-piercing. The immortal devil battlefield was already collapsing. In this space-time where the wind was roaring, countless cultivators were paying attention. Whether it was the dark world or the celestial world camp, they all wanted to know the answer immediately. The speed of time passing became extremely slow. Every breath felt like a long time had passed. The world was very quiet. The beings of the 2 worlds were watching the battlefield. They didn't say a word and were trying their best to suppress their emotions. The Black Heavenly King and the others had an ominous sign. The law projection of the life and death sheet was suppressed. Could it be that they still couldn't kill Su Yan? What kind of trump card did he have to protect himself? Could it be that there was a supreme item related to the human emperor? Gradually, in the bottomless destructive space-time, a blood-stained figure appeared. His body looked so ferocious that his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was like a death war god that crawled out of hell, giving people a spiritual pressure. Su Yan, Little Mu Xen shouted excitedly. Even the princess and the others were shouting. He was fine and still alive. He walked through the destructive immortal devil war and survived. The celestial world seemed to be roaring. Vaguely, the endless sea of laws seemed to be burning, as if it had turned into a great fortune. It was surging, rippling with the power of the celestial world, making the entire celestial world so bright that it was about to illuminate the 3 worlds. We won. The imperial city was in an uproar. In the entire destructive arena, only Su Yan's figure could be found. No one else could be found. The woman in black was definitely dead in battle. No one could find any trace of her. We won. The cheers were like an explosion in the celestial world, shocking billions of ancient worlds. Once they won this battle, it almost meant that victory in the immortal devil war was in their hands. Heaven and earth roared. Millions of Tao techniques and auspicious clouds rolled, sweeping across the celestial world and then rushing to the 3 worlds battlefield. In an instant, Su Yan was at the peak of glory and boundless brilliance. Suddenly, he was covered in scars and his body was broken. But at this moment, Su Yan was too dazzling and eye-catching. He turned into the most invincible war god in the world. The whole world was cheering. The celestial world soldiers were shouting excitedly, and 99% of the disciples of the celestial grotto were shouting fanatically. At this moment, Su Yan felt that it was worth it. This battle not only showed his prestige, but also showed the glory of the human world. He could stand between heaven and earth, stand above the celestial world. Good. The great immortal elder's voice trembled as he shouted. The victory of this battle would affect a long time. This battle was more sensational than any immortal devil war. Su Yan killed the Golden King beast that had completely returned to its ancestral state, and also defeated the Dark Emperor's descendant, shattering the 2 invincible legends of the Dark World. Was there anything else to say? The war gods of the dark world were in despair. With such a powerful enemy here, if they didn't choose to break through, would there be any hope of victory in the future immortal devil war? In this battle, the dark world came aggressively, saying that they would kill the princess and the others, and wash the celestial grotto with blood. In the end, Su Yin turned the tide, killing two of the strongest war gods, and killing a peerless war god. Heaven's might. Cough, cough. Su Yin was coughing up blood, and his body was staggering. His injuries were too severe, and he was basically exhausted. His life force was extremely weak. He wanted to sleep, but he thought a lot. He wanted to break through and step into the Emperor realm. Su Yin wanted to find traces of the Tao Celestial Emperor, and he wanted to go to the depths of the Three Realms battlefield. There were many things waiting for him. The faces of Xing Yun and the others were white. Su Yan's victory was a resounding slap to their faces. He won, and it was a glorious victory. In the following days, Su Yan's name would spread throughout the immortal world, and he would become a household name. His most glorious growth history was about to begin. Xiao Di roared. Even when he won 3 battles in 3 years, he definitely didn't receive such great treatment. Welcome home, Su Yin. The immortal world soldiers shouted and knelt on one knee, exuding fanaticism. They shouted, "Welcome home, war god Su Yin." The immortal devil wall rumbled, and a series of solemn generals joined forces to open a golden path to welcome Su Yan's return to the immortal world. "Su Yin, you have a child." Fairy Zixa's voice suddenly came, and Su Yin, who was on the verge of collapse, was suddenly energized, and his mind went blank. It was too sudden. Bamboo Moon died. At this time, Su Yin realized that Bamboo Moon didn't come. Su Yan's heart was filled with ecstasy, and his body seemed to be full of strength. He actually had a child. Ha! Ha! Su Yin laughed, raised his head, and straightened his back. Suddenly, even though the child hadn't been born yet, he wanted to return with dignity. Just as Su Yan's half-foot stepped out of the immortal devil battlefield, his broken body trembled, and his body was extremely cold. He had a premonition that death was coming. Bastard! The grand immortal suddenly roared, and his decaying aura became countless times more terrifying. He roared one after another, and his roar tore the space outside, and the area where Su Yin was instantly riddled with holes. "Come back quickly." The grand immortal tried his best to revive, and his big hand rose, wanting to open a space-time path to bring Su Yin back. No! The Monkey King and the others roared, and the corners of their eyes bulged. A huge change, an unprecedented huge change. In the space-time of the immortal devil battlefield, Inshi rolled, and devilish fog overflowed, accompanied by the power of the dark world, and blocked the power of the space-time emperor. The beings of the dark world were stunned. No one had expected the dark heavenly king and the others to use force. This was a disgrace. The younger generation couldn't beat Su Yin, and the dark world went crazy and wanted to kill Su Yin directly. Something like this had never happened before. The birth of a princess in the immortal world had never happened before. Now, something outrageous had happened. Darkness, endless darkness, swallowed Su Yin, and it was as if a demon in hell had opened its bloody mouth and wanted to tear Su Yin to pieces. "Kill!" Immortal World's great army roared out crazily, drawing out vicious weapons. They didn't hesitate and didn't need to give orders. All the soldiers rushed out of the immortal devil wall and charged into the darkness. The young emperor was stunned. He didn't expect the dark world to do this. A typical sore loser. But for the dark world to be so vicious, it was enough to show a very cruel problem. They might launch an all-out attack on the immortal world. There was even a problem that proved Su Yan's invincibility. The dark world was afraid. "Ah!" Su Yin roared in anger. His body was drowned in devilish fog, and he was furious. Chapter 2007. What is that? The entire Emperor's city was in an uproar. In the great battle between immortals and demons, the moment Su Yin returned to the immortal realm, he encountered the dark world's attack. Devil mist surged, like a colossus hibernating in space-time, suddenly devouring Su Yin. No, too many people lost control of their emotions. This was devil mist. Su Yin was seriously injured. How could he block it? Moreover, even if it was Su Yin at his peak, he would still be contaminated by the devil mist. Immortal Realm, Mother of Asterisk Her, too vicious. They want to cripple Su Yin. Someone cursed, roaring, "Don't just stand there, let's go slaughter our way to the Three Realms battlefield, slaughter our way over." A heaven overflowing storm swept through Emperor City. No one expected the Dark World to directly attack, wanting to cripple Su Yin. This completely exceeded their expectations. This type of ridiculous thing had never happened before. Vast space-time fluctuations extended, a terrifying space-time great hand instantly reaching over, arriving in an instant. The enormous silver palm was indistinct and grand, as if it came from the archaic era, accompanied by rich light of time, blasting aside the powerful source of darkness like lightning, wishing to bring Su Yin back. However, since the Dark World already used force, how could they easily give up? At the end of the boundless darkness, a pitch-black great claw also reached over, suddenly stopping the great immortal elder's enormous palm. This graceful, Dark World, do you all still have any face? Using the supreme of a universe to suppress my world's young war god, is it worth it? The great immortal's eyes were wide open in anger, his figure rising from the ground. He was supreme, as if he turned into the eye of the space-time sea. All things in the heavens trembled. Soon after, great space-time cracks appeared one after another, as if they were as far away as 1,000 years. In that instant, the great immortal elder's aura became countless times more terrifying, as if he lived in the past, present, and future, accompanied by the light of endless time. The great silver hand that covered the area where the darkness devoured Su Yin shone, crushing towards the great black claw. How long? Heaven and earth trembled fiercely, the great world as if collapsing. Supreme order laws bloomed all over the sky. They were extremely powerful and domineering, suppressing billions of living beings. Even the immortal kings couldn't bear it and were trembling. Unmatched giants were competing against each other. Who could compete against them? Even great achievement, immortal kings weren't enough. The two great clans wanted to slaughter their way into the area where the devil mist surged. Even the immortal kings were trembling, the chi and blood within their bodies in disorder, almost falling over. The huge silver hand and the huge black claw collided with each other. Loud sounds rang out one after another, shaking the heavens and the earth. They swept through the entire Three Realms battlefield. Heaven and earth were destroyed, and the stars in the sky were extinguished. One could imagine just how shocking it was. At the source of the darkness, the shadow of a huge beast soared up. It was like a peerless beast that was born from the chaos. Its head was the firmament, and its feet were the primordial wilderness. As its huge tail swayed, the sky trembled, and the sun and moon fell. Dark beast ancestor, Yi Linyun shrieked, "Your clan is too shameless. Do you have any dignity as a powerhouse?" The black heavenly king and the others were silent. They couldn't say a single word, but their faces were gloomy. Su Yin had to be crippled. He had already fallen into the demonic fog, and his ruined body would soon be contaminated. Space-time Emperor, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The dark beast ancestor's cold voice resounded. He sat cross-legged at the end of the darkness, and the great immortal elder stood on the immortal demon wall. In an instant, the auras of the two giants collided. Boundless and boundless, it affected the universe. The entire world trembled and was about to completely explode. Heavens, all living things trembled. Regardless of whether it was the creatures of the dark world or the immortal world, they were all suppressed by the vast divine might. It was so oppressive that they couldn't breathe. Blood almost flowed out of their mouths and noses. The immortal kings were all trembling. They staggered back, and their faces were stiff. They felt as if their flesh and blood were about to collapse. Get lost. The great immortal elder roared. The entire world was filled with space-time cracks. His aura was too shocking, and blood rushed out of his pores. The light of his blood instantly traversed all directions, engulfing the vast world of darkness. It wanted to destroy all the order of darkness. Countless powerhouses of the dark world trembled. Large batches of soldiers and horses were silently crushed. The immortal kings were coughing up blood, about to explode. Space-time Emperor, the corners of the black, heavenly king's mouth trembled. How could he not know who this was? Inside the immortal fiend wall, a magnificent figure was crowded, overlooking the vast universe. He was supreme. His left hand controlled time, and he also controlled space-time. His unparalleled divine might erupted, enveloping the vast world of darkness. Roar! The dark beast ancestor let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its figure completely appeared. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of feet tall it was, towering into the universe's space-time. The starry river that filled the sky surrounded its fur. The scene was too inconceivable. In particular, with a loud roar, the great stars in the sky exploded one by one, turning into terrifying energy radiance. The huge claws that stretched out emitted an extremely terrifying power, blocking the energy fluctuations emitted by the space-time Emperor. At the same time, the auras of the two powerhouses collided again, shaking the four seas. The sky evaporated, and the starry sky dimmed to the point that it was about to melt. The immortal fiend wall rumbled. The soldiers on it trembled. Their flesh and blood were about to evaporate and turn into ashes. Space-time Emperor, if you move again, not a single blade of grass will grow in this area. The dark beast ancestor said coldly, "No one can survive. Everyone will die. If Su Yin is harmed, all of you will be buried with him." The great immortal elder roared angrily. He waved his fist and instantly attacked the dark beast ancestor. "You really dare to fight?" The dark beast ancestor's face was cold. It did not expect the great immortal elder to have no intention of stopping. The silver-white fist was about to destroy the sea of darkness in front of it. One had to know that the dark world's unique devil fog contained the origin power of the universe. The place where Su Yin had sunk was like a great abyss, endless. Even the emperors would not be able to find traces of Su Yin in a short period of time. In fact, the longer Su Yin stayed inside, the greater the danger he would encounter. Once he was crippled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! The space-time emperor's fist was unparalleled. A terrifying creature was going crazy. The land of darkness rumbled violently, and large cracks appeared one after another, accompanied by the light of time. Even if it was looking for a needle in a haystack, the great immortal elder could do it in a short period of time with his combat strength. Look! Suddenly, someone's face was filled with ecstasy. They saw a collapsed land of darkness, emitting a bright, golden, holy radiance. It was as if a golden war immortal had fallen into purgatory. The Dharma idol was like a supreme god born by the universe. It bathed in great Tao runes, and the mighty emperor's Tao heavenly might opened up a space under the darkness. The human emperor's scripture erupted. At first, it seemed a little small in this vast darkness, but it soon became infinitely huge. As he chanted the scripture, it was as if the deceased human emperor had returned. The energy was golden and swept across the land. Human emperor's scripture. The dark beast ancestor's face sank. How could he not know that this scripture was the strongest scripture in the human world? Then, where did this young man come from? Could he be a descendant of the Berry, the heavens? The princess was stunned. Su Yin had grasped the human emperor's scripture. Many people cried out in shock. It was the strongest scripture in the human world, and Su Yin had grasped it. But why didn't he use it in the great war of immortals and demons? One had to know that this scripture was not inferior to the emperor's scriptures of the immortal world's emperor clans. Legend had it that the human emperor's scripture was the heaven-opening scripture of the heaven-opening scriptures. It was the strongest heavenly art in the human world, and it was passed down to the human emperor. The princess's mood suddenly became very complicated. Why did he hide it? Or rather, why didn't he use it? No one dared to deny the value of the human emperor's scripture, but Su Yin did not use it in the 3 battles of the Great War of Immortals and Demons. Could it be that Su Yin was deliberately hiding it? Or rather, he had already been to the emperor's repository Dao cave. In the place where the Dharma idol human emperor stood, Su Yan's body was covered in blood and wounds. He was about to die. Fortunately, the human emperor's scripture triggered the great Tao of heaven and earth and opened up a space, giving Su Yin time to breathe. Su Yin did not hesitate at all and swallowed the Immortal King regeneration pill. Fortunately, he had exchanged one in the Immortal's cave, where the consequences would be unimaginable. Bastard, Su Yin is fine. The Black Heavenly King's face was extremely ugly and ferocious. After all, he was breaking the rules, but it was worth it to kill Su Yin. However, the problem was that he seemed to be fine, and the dark matter did not cause any pollution to him. Even under the nourishment of the Immortal King regeneration pill, Su Yan's deteriorating body became stronger. Under the nourishment of the pill, the scarred battle body healed very quickly, and the pain in his body was greatly relieved. I'm still alive. Su Yin looked up to the sky and roared. The human emperor's scripture guarded the surroundings and controlled the small 3-realm sky river. He frantically refined the medicinal power of the Immortal King regeneration pill and tried his best to recover. He felt that the world was about to change, and the Dark World was going back on their words. Haha, the Dark World is a group of clowns. You can't defeat Su Yin in the Great War of Immortals and Demons. Even the big shots can't do anything to you. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Look, this is the Dark World. They can't afford to lose it all. Do you still want to continue the Great War of Immortals and Demons? I think they should just admit defeat and go home. Don't make a fool of yourself here. The Immortal World's camp was filled with shouts, causing the experts of the Dark World to be flustered and exasperated. Once the Great War of Immortals and Demons began, the Dark World would lose without a doubt. Although Su Yin could not participate, there was still a princess. The silence of the Dark World's younger generation was really shameful. The attack on Su Yin had alarmed the invincible big shots, but they still couldn't kill him. Kill! The Dark Ancestor Beast coldly waved its large claws and issued a supreme military order. As soon as this order was spoken, the entire 3 realms battlefield seemed to tremble. An endless dark army appeared, and the vast battlefield shook. A terrifying storm surged toward the Immortal World's camp. Baokai was anxious. Once the Dark World did not admit defeat and launched a large-scale battle, how could the Great War of Immortals and Demons continue? The Heavenly King was not worried at all. Even if the Dark World did not admit defeat, Su Yin was the final victor. No matter how many battles they lost, as long as the Dark World did not participate, the Immortal World would win directly after a few years. Dark World, you are really shameless. The great Immortal Elder was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. In this battle, our world is at its peak. At its peak, at its peak, a series of loud laughter shook the battlefield, sweeping through the distant world and resounding in the 10 major battlefields. We won. The 10 major battlefields suddenly fell silent. Before they could celebrate, the immortal gates on the various battlefields roared. What is that? Fan Jian was shocked. He saw a huge battle order that supported the sky. It was as heavy as an abyss and emitted waves of supreme aura. Emperor's Order. Someone shouted in shock. It was an Emperor's Order that was placed in the Immortal Gate, emitting a mysterious space-time power that was reflected in the 10 major Immortal Gates. The Emperor's Order was like the sky, supreme. Suddenly, everyone saw a figure walk out. He was wearing golden battle armor, and huge military boots descended from the sky. It was as if millions of mountains were pressing down, intimidating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The space-time Emperor's body appeared on the Emperor's Order, summoning the world. The strongest battle order. Yang Hui looked at the Immortal Gate and said in shock, "Quick, quick! All armies assemble!" East Demon shouted. Once the strongest battle order was issued, the top 5 armies in the 10 major battlefields had to assemble at the fastest speed. Those who disobeyed the order would be killed. Chapter 2008. Spacetime Emperor. Billions of soldiers roared fervently as they stared at the figure that filled the 10 battlefields. He wore golden armor, and his figure was majestic. Huge military boots descended from the sky as if he was suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was filled with heavenly might, causing the immortal kings in the celestial sect to prostrate themselves in worship. It was too sudden and too shocking. The spacetime emperor who had been silent for a long time had reached the peak of glory. Now, his physique had appeared one after another, and he had thrown out his imperial decree, suppressing the 10 great celestial sects and commanding the world. Once the strongest order was issued, it would sweep through the entire celestial realm in a short time. Tens of millions of years had passed, and there had never been a strongest order. This day had come too suddenly. The 10 battlefields rippled with a vast storm, surging towards the celestial sect, causing a huge earthquake. An ancient bugle horn sounded, shaking the heavens, inspiring people's fighting spirit, stimulating people's battle strength, and spreading through the battlefields one after another. Dong, dong, dong. There were also sounds of war drums, rumbling and reverberating in the 10 battlefields. For a time, people shouted and horses neighed as large batches of troops began to return. Billions of soldiers in the 10 battlefields quickly gathered in the celestial sect. Once this order was issued, the top 5 troops in the 10 battlefields were directly mobilized, a total of 50 troops leaving the gates and heading towards the 3 realms battlefield to reinforce. Rumble. In the celestial sect world, terrifying figures descended from the sky one after another. Their vitality was like an ocean, and they were terrifying like war gods. These were immortal kings descending one after another into the celestial sect, and their iron-blooded killing intent drowned out the world. In the 10 battlefields, there were teleportation formations that were activated one after another, breaking through the heavens and tearing through space and time. Immediately send a message to the various great emperor clans. Tell them to mobilize troops to reinforce the 10 battlefields within a day. We will head towards the 3 realms battlefield first. The commanders of the 10 great celestial sects shouted. Their words caused the emotions of East Demon and the others to surge. They were going to head towards the 3 realms battlefield directly. Many people were not ready yet. Military orders were like mountains, and no one could defy them. Once they escaped, they would be executed on the spot. One had to know that the 10 battlefields had limited soldiers. If 50 troops were mobilized, the 10 battlefields would be attacked by the Dark World. The various great emperor clans needed to gather their troops within a day to stabilize the 10 battlefields and continue to send troops to the 3 realms battlefield. After all, if the monarch clans wanted to organize their armies and head to the 3 realms battlefield in a short period of time, they would need a long time. However, the 10 great battlefields were different. They could rush to the 3 realms battlefield in just a few hours and respond to the space-time emperor's summons. What happened? Someone asked. Didn't we win the battle in the 3 realms battlefield? Our world is blessed with great fortune. The Dark World will definitely not dare to act rashly at this point in time. An immortal king laughed loudly. According to the latest battle report, Su Yin has won 3 battles and defeated the 3 war god overlords of the Dark World. They no longer have anyone left to fight. What? Billions of living beings were shocked and roared hysterically in unison. Really? Is it true that no one from the Dark World dares to fight? Some of the veterans lost control of their emotions. Something like this had happened in the celestial world before. This was a disgrace to the celestial world. But this time, Saint King equaling heavens, Su Yin had forced the Dark World to lower their heads. Moreover, the Dark World had directly launched a large-scale war, their momentum surging. The space-time emperor immediately issued the strongest order. Awesome, this is awesome. Countless troops roared, their blood boiling. This battle indicated that they were at their peak, suppressing the younger generation of the Dark World to the point that they could not raise their heads. No one dared to fight on the immortal demon battlefield. However, the Dark World's reneging made the immortal kings of the various armies have solemn expressions. Once this battle started, it would not be a joke. The Dark World might dare to heavily injure the Celestial World before the Celestial World's great fortune. Kill! An immortal king commander pulled out a snow-white sword embryo and slashed open heaven and earth. He roared angrily, "Fight! Send troops to the Three Realms battlefield. We must not let the Dark World do as they wish." Saint King, equaling heavens, won beautifully in the immortal demon war. Leave the rest to us. Kill! Kill! The Celestial World's army rushed out of the gates and into the 10 great celestial sects, crossing space and rushing towards the Three Realms battlefield. Among them, the Sky Tyrant Lord was also there. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. In the end, he sighed. Back then, he looked down on Su Yan as an ant. Now he was trembling. Su Yan's name was like thunder to his ears. He was already an invincible young war god. At this moment, the Sky Tyrant Lord felt that he was a little small and insignificant. This was a very complicated feeling. Although the Sky Tyrant Lord was unwilling to admit it, this was the cruelest truth to him. The immortal demon battlefield was vast and boundless. Leaving the immortal demon wall and going deeper was a land of death. The chances of survival were less than 30%. The soldiers in the sky roared in unison. They charged forward bravely and would not retreat. At this moment, not only did they have to fight for the Celestial World, but they also had to fight for Saint King equaling heavens. Su Yan's strength had won their recognition and respect. This was an unparalleled war god. He had to return alive. Kill! In the world filled with war cries, the Celestial World army charged. Most of them were veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. They were willing to give up everything. Now, they worked together to open up a bloody path of darkness and kill their way to Su Yan's area. The moment the Baokai charged, he had to admit that the battlefield was too big. It was so big that it was boundless. It was so majestic that it shocked one's soul. The aura of the battlefield was also fierce. The soil was blood red, and the ground was covered with withered bones. The affected area was like a huge graveyard world, indicating death and great danger. Rumble. In the source area, darkness surged. The Dark Army manifested, exuding a destructive aura. The Dark World had long planned this. If they won this battle, they would also send troops to attack the Celestial World. Now that the Celestial World had won, the Dark World had no choice but to erupt. Moreover, the higher-ups had issued a battle order. Kill Su Yan, kill the princess, and kill a bunch of Emperor family members. If the Dark World won this battle, they could change the fact that they had lost the Immortal Demon War. After all, the Immortal Demon War was held for 10 years. As long as the deadline was not up, no one could guarantee that they would win. They were going to kill a bunch of kings within 10 years. Kill! The boundless battlefield trembled. The sky turned blood red, and the thick earth shook. The immortal kings roared, fighting with their lives. The battle was vast, and there was no end to it. Even immortal kings seemed insignificant. This was the Three Realms battlefield, the peak battlefield that could bear the weight of the Great War of the Three Realms, the place where emperors died. The space-time emperor's expression was solemn. He sat in the camp and looked down at the battlefield. The Dark World's lineup was too big. The Three Realms battlefield's military strength was extremely insufficient. He could only hope that reinforcements would arrive as soon as possible. It was rare for emperors to fight with their lives on the Three Realms battlefield. After all, they were too powerful. Once they went crazy and started killing, countless living beings would be buried with them. However, once a bloody incident of emperors killing each other happened, it also indicated that the strongest race war was coming. Su Yan, you killed my world's young god of war. I'll kill you. An emperor of the Dark World roared. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and he emitted flames of fury as he charged towards Su Yan. In this vast battlefield, any outstanding talent would seem very insignificant. In this world of billowing devil fog and bloody light, it was even harder to pay attention to a person's glory. However, Su Yin was one of the Dark World's must-kill targets. In particular, an expert of the divine feather race roared, "Su Yin, hand over your life. I'll kill your soul. Kill him, kill him." A large number of Dark World experts roared madly. Forbidden experts charged over, and even immortal kings went berserk. Since they had shamelessly declared war, there was no need to talk about the dignity of the strong. As long as they could get rid of Su Yin, the Dark World could recoup their losses. The battle cries grew louder and louder. "Kill him!" A large number of experts from the Immortal World camp rushed over to help. Someone shouted for Su Yin to immediately return and recuperate to prevent the Dark World from taking revenge. Su Yin's expression was cold, and his body was dyed red with blood. The immense medicinal power of the Immortal King regeneration pill kept spreading, nourishing Su Yin's body and strengthening the declining qi and blood in his body. It had to be said that his recovery speed was too fast. Moreover, Su Yin activated the Stealing Heaven art and refined the Immortal King regeneration pill. Crackle, crackle. At this moment, Su Yin's body rumbled, and his broken bones healed. It was as if a sleeping true dragon had been awakened. His aura erupted one after another as he recovered to his peak state. The human emperor's Dharma idol that occupied heaven and earth dissipated. Su Yin no longer needed this scripture to protect him. His body glowed with powerful strength. He released his peak Daesong combat power. His pores even rushed out, and his qi and blood circulated around his body, making him look peerless and powerful. He was like a peerless overlord in purgatory. "Su Yin, hand over your life," roars filled the sky. One after another, the experts of the Dark World with terrifying auras were already infinitely close to Su Yin. One of the dark beasts waved its tail, splitting the sky. It was as if it had turned into a dark heavenly blade and slashed at Su Yin. The wings on the back of the divine feather race expert were fully open, burning with black flames. They danced in the wind, and a firestorm swept across the sky. At this moment, at least thousands of experts closed in on Su Yin, emitting the most terrifying power, wanting to kill him. Boom! This area went berserk. The killing intent was like the sea, and order was like the ocean. The void collapsed completely. Unparalleled killing energy began to devour Su Yin. Kill! A large number of Immortal World soldiers rushed all the way, and the leading generals shouted to kill. Each of them had completely changed. They were unyielding, and the roars of gods and demons shook heaven and earth. They took out all kinds of killing weapons, cutting the battlefield, and rushed to Su Yin's rescue. However, Su Yin's roar shook the starry sky, and his feet stepped on the earth. He turned into an invincible overlord, standing indomitable between heaven and earth. That is, look, crazy. This is crazy. The saints trembled, especially the saints of the Dark World who were chasing after him. They cried out in despair. They sensed the unparalleled heavenly might and sensed the irresistible divine power. It exploded in an instant. It did not come from Su Yin, nor did it come from the reinforcements who were rushing to his rescue. However, the heavens were angry, and the order of the chaotic world began to go berserk. This place had turned into a place where the heavens wept blood. Accompanied by deafening divine sounds, huge lightning bolts that were millions of feet thick descended one after another. This was too terrifying, too frightening. The saints were like ashes, and they did not even have the chance to struggle. They exploded in pieces, and not even a piece of bone could be found. These were blood-colored lightning bolts that were millions of feet tall. They came crashing down in unison, like an ancient Cheelant's roar shattering time and space. The group of emperors was terrified. The blood in their bodies churned, and their flesh shells seemed to have collapsed. No, the emperors were terrified. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? Su Yin was breaking through to the sovereign path, but how could he trigger such a terrifying phenomenon? Millions of feet of blood-colored heavenly tribulation bolts came crashing down one after another. More than 10,000 bolts came crashing down, covering this battlefield for a short period of time. Huff! The emperor screamed. Their bodies were torn apart, and they looked terrible. They could not believe that this was a sovereign heavenly tribulation. It was like a forbidden lightning bolt that came crashing down, destroying the laws of heaven and earth. The emperors could only tremble. Breakthrough! I'm going to break through. Su Yan's eyes surged with killing intent. His blood-stained hair danced in the wind. He released his greatest potential and broke through the barrier of the sovereign path. He was going to become sovereign and create an invincible glory in a higher domain. Boom! Su Yan's divine light shone brightly, and his body was fully awakened. In an instant, he shattered the heaven and earth. Su Yan charged into the ancient galaxy and received the vast heavenly tribulation. He was going to become sovereign, the nine heavens' divine sovereign. Chapter 2009. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts that were 1,000,000 feet tall struck down. It was as if tens of thousands of blood-colored dragons had destroyed the world. The scene was extremely violent. The cultivators from the dark world who were trying to kill Su Yan cried out in horror. They had never seen such a ridiculous heavenly tribulation. The saints were as small as ants, and the laws of order in the sky had collapsed. Even the emperors seemed insignificant. It was as if a forbidden tribulation had evolved. One after another, the emperors of the dark world cried out miserably. They tried to resist and kill their way out of the area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation. However, it was useless. Every bolt of lightning carried monstrous might, destroying the order of the great path and destroying their lives. Even the emperors could not withstand it. They were blasted until their hair was disheveled and their flesh was badly mutilated. They were about to explode. Retreat! The powerhouses of the immortal world roared. The heavenly tribulation triggered by Su Yan was too shocking. It destroyed this space-time and dragged a large number of powerhouses from the dark world down with it. This was only the beginning. Then, how powerful was the heavenly tribulation triggered by Su Yan? There were also generals who were shocked. They thought that Su Yan would stay in the immortal cave. Now, it seemed that he did not intend to become a peerless genius of the immortal cave. He chose to break through to the Emperor realm directly. Boom! The vast heavenly tribulation rolled down. The dark matter that filled the sky was destroyed. The entire space-time was riddled with holes. It was as if tens of thousands of blood-colored dragons had swooped down and destroyed the entire land. The emperors screamed, and the saints exploded. Hundreds and thousands of dark world powerhouses collapsed into ashes. Only a few emperors were struggling frantically, trying to kill their way out. In a world covered by the blood-colored heavenly tribulation, a blood-soaked figure exploded. The immortal king regeneration pill was still being refined crazily to restore the human body. At the same time, the moment the great realm was torn apart, Su Yan's flesh and blood was burning brightly. He felt that the great path of heaven and earth had penetrated his body. It was as if he had swallowed a place of the universe's order and laws. It was about to crush his body alive. Roar! Su Yan roared, and the sound of chanting scriptures echoed in his body. When he was cultivating in the immortal cave, Su Yan had consulted the Chaos Immortal Elders many times. Daesung had a high chance of death when he broke through to the Emperor realm. The stronger one's cultivation was, the harder it was to break through. Now, Su Yan was experiencing the suppression of the laws of the great world. It must be known that this was the three realms battlefield, and the laws of order were extremely chaotic. They could easily destroy Su Yan's body and universe. The stronger the Daesung was, the stronger the storm would be. Someone had already noticed that everything within a range of 1,000,000 li was howling. The natural laws and orders surged endlessly, and they were all wrapped in chaotic energy. The surging energy was about to crush Su Yan's flesh shell. Can he withstand such a powerful infusion of the order of heaven and earth? An expert from the dark world roared. The great battle has already erupted. The army of the immortal world charged forward. The fiend god wall shone brightly as the immortal world's soldiers rushed out. In this battle, the Dark World attack was too crazy. The army they deployed was several times larger than the immortal world's army that was guarding the Three Realms battlefield. Moreover, more and more of the Dark World's army would continue to arrive. They had to resist and fiercely keep the enemy a million miles away from the immortal fiend wall. At the same time, on the immortal fiend wall, millions of celestial world bows vibrated at the same time. Dazzling arrow light tore through the sky one after another. It was enough to shoot down the stars in the universe as it charged toward the densely packed army of the Dark World. Su Yan's place of tribulation was vast and eye-catching. The laws of order within a radius of 1,000,000 li ran through his body. Su Yan let out a loud roar. His long hair danced wildly, and his ferocious aura surged. At the same time, he released even more powerful potential, accompanied by the deafening chanting of sutras. The initial sutra was blooming, and the remnants of the Immortal King regeneration pill were being used. The power ran through Su Yan's body, pushing him to stand at his peak state. His heaven burial avatar also erupted, resonating with all bodies. It was inexplicably terrifying. That is, the expression of the Dark World's immortal kings changed slightly. They saw that there was an irresistible divine power emanating from Su Yan's place of tribulation, as if a sleeping ancient great emperor was awakening. The will of heaven and earth. Heavenly King Black roared. We must kill him. Once he breaks through, he might be able to rush into the forbidden area in a few decades. He's infinitely close to the immortal king realm. What kind of concept was that? A super powerhouse was about to emerge from the immortal world, and Su Yan, who came from the human world, definitely hated the Dark World to the core. Boom! In an instant, many emperors who were struggling to hold on in Su Yan's place of tribulation exploded in unison. This battlefield world evaporated and turned into a black hole of destruction. The Dark World's powerhouses in the distant world trembled. The place covered by the heavenly tribulation suffered heavy casualties. The supreme will of heaven and earth was born. It was as if the supreme great Tao was judging Su Yan and suppressing Su Yan. This is bad. Let's go. A group of Dark World's powerhouses who were eyeing Su Yan covetously turned pale with fright. The place of tribulation had completely changed. Thunder and lightning surged, and blood radiated for billions of li. The sky exploded. In a world where the sun and moon sank, the boundless thick earth disintegrated. Time and space seemed to have reached the end. It was so terrifying that it made people suffocate and tremble. How is this possible? What kind of tribulation is this? The people of the world cried out in shock. The emperor's tribulation triggered by Su Yan was shocking. The sky collapsed, and the blood radiance was like an ocean that swept toward the sky. It was as if the sleeping chaos demon lord had opened his cold eyes, and billions of killing orders descended. The world was in chaos. The scene was terrifying. The world was being destroyed, and billions of lightning bolts fell from the sky. Suddenly, the army of the Dark World gathered. There were countless experts. Moreover, in the vast and boundless world of the Three Realms battlefield, the heavenly tribulation that Su Yan ignited was like the eruption of millions of blood-colored volcanoes. It shook the universe, and at the same time, destroyed everything in space and time. Good. The great immortal boss laughed. The lightning tribulation triggered by Su Yan dealt a heavy blow to the Dark World. The sky was filled with corpses and broken bones. They were destroyed in the vast tribulation. A corner of the Dark World's army was swallowed. Retreat, the Dark World's immortal king roared. A terrifying creature wanted nothing more than to kill Su Yan. It was too late to say anything now. The tribulation had formed and contained the chaotic will of heaven and earth. Even immortal kings couldn't force their way in. Otherwise, they would encounter a world-destroying catastrophe. Only immortal kings can withstand the interrogation of the will of heaven and earth. A small day song triggered such a powerful tribulation. An expert of the dark world let out a world-shaking roar. The death rate is 90%, but if he survives, he will definitely be a great threat to our world. The people of the world were shocked. Su Yin triggered a tribulation that had the effect of an immortal king. Everyone knew that the death rate of an immortal king was very high, but Su Yin wasn't immortal after all. He suddenly triggered a world-destroying catastrophe. But this was the invincible war god of the younger generation. There was a high chance that he could survive. Su Yin didn't expect the lightning tribulation to be so fierce and powerful. His flesh shell couldn't withstand it, and the battle physique that he had just nurtured cracked. Ah! Su Yin roared. The pressure between heaven and earth was powerful and peerless. It was as if an immortal king was wielding the supreme laws to suppress him. This was a heavenly tribulation that even taboos would change their expressions when talking about it. It was the interrogation of the will of heaven and earth that would only appear on the path to a mortal king. This was the suppression of the supreme laws. Su Yan's body was covered in blood, and his flesh shell seemed to have been destroyed. Su Yan's foundation extraordinary, the body constantly emitted source matter. Moreover, this was accompanied by the great benefits of bathing in the emperor's blood back then. Strands of emperor's blood spread out, wrapping around Su Yan's body that was riddled with scars. Shattering, rebuilding, this was tempering. The process was extremely dangerous. Try to rely on yourself to survive. Suddenly, the voice of the great immortal elder sounded, attacking Su Yan's mind. He hoped that he could rely on his own source to survive and not rely on any external force. The great immortal elder's expression was solemn. As long as Su Yin could survive the interrogation of the will of heaven and earth, his potential would be quite ridiculous. Once he stepped into the emperor realm, he would receive a huge improvement. Crackle, crackle. Su Yan's body seemed to be rotten. Blood-colored lightning coiled around his broken body, surging with the supreme and domineering order of heaven and earth. It was as if his body had been pierced by thousands of swords and was about to explode. Heavens! Some experts who were paying attention to Su Yin lost their composure. How could he be so abnormal? Su Yan's body had already rotted. Could it be that he didn't have an immortal king regeneration pill? One had to know that once a forbidden expert crossed the immortal king calamity, they would prepare all the immortal treasures of the heavens and exhaust all their wealth and foundation just to survive this ridiculous interrogation of heaven and earth. Su Yin felt that he had encountered the strongest calamity in his life, a danger that he had never encountered before. Any energy substance was enough to destroy an expert of the same generation. Even someone as powerful as Su Yan's body was blasted away. Ha ha ha, he's finished. He's going to die. This is the interrogation of the will of heaven and earth. Even immortal kings will die tragically. How can a small day song survive? Some experts from the dark world laughed uproariously. Although this couldn't be compared to the immortal king calamity, it was still extremely tyrannical and tyrannical. Moreover, it was really unheard of for a Saint Realm expert to attract such a heavenly tribulation. This was also related to Su Yan's potential. After all, this kind of person would be too terrifying once he stepped into the Emperor realm. He had to be given the strongest punishment in the world. Su Yan didn't seem to be in much pain. His spiritual will was too strong. Suddenly, no matter how strong the interrogation of the will of heaven and earth was, it couldn't force Su Yin to lower his head. The terrifying pressure that originated from heaven and earth was like a demon god sleeping in the chaos that was attacking Su Yin. He felt very directly as if he was being torn apart and dismembered. His inner universe felt as if it was about to explode. But although he suddenly died, Su Yan's soul didn't disappear. He could feel that his physical body would be completely melted. However, Su Yin didn't panic at all because he suddenly felt that this should be a kind of Tao development, a kind of reconstruction. Su Yin had experienced it once before, but this time it was the interrogation of the will of heaven and earth. This made Su Yin feel that after being tempered thousands of times, he he would be able to reconstruct his true self. This time, if he could really reconstruct it, he would directly refine the imperial battle body. After all, breaking through to the immortal king realm was a taboo. He had to withstand the interrogation of heaven and earth to nurture a new immortal king body. The transformation was too great. "Come on," Su Yan roared. His blood and chi surged. His physical body really collapsed, and the world in his body was also torn apart. It was as if his body and soul were destroyed. Su Yan, the heavenly power king, and the others were horrified when they saw Su Yan's body explode. How is this possible? The immortal world army screamed. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? Even a war god like Su Yan couldn't survive it? It's good that he's dead. The Black Heavenly King breathed a sigh of relief. They had all gone through the interrogation of the will of heaven and earth. Without an absolute foundation, it was impossible to survive it. Chapter 2010. The destruction of Su Yan's body also triggered a huge change in the world. It was as if a living being on the path to becoming an immortal king had died. The sky was filled with blood and shattered bones. It crushed the void and smelted a small world. Suddenly, his body exploded. Su Yan's flesh and blood also contained an extremely special energy substance. The scriptures that he cultivated were blooming on their own. The words of the great path that filled the sky turned into symbols that twined around his shattered bones and flesh. Gradually, this place where the bleeding energy substances spread gradually formed a destroyed universe. It was full of holes and was too horrible to look at. Was this what he looked like after his death? Su Yan's spiritual will was still there. He looked at all of this and felt that his body was about to explode. However, it did not completely destroy his life force. Furthermore, the place where he was bleeding vaguely had a special resonance with the universe. Thump, thump, thump. Strange energy waves were released. It was like the pulse of the world was beating, wave after wave. When it struck down, it turned into billions of thunderclaps that reverberated in the ears of everyone. It rumbled and soon became intense. No, what's that? Before the experts of the dark dimension could cheer, all sorts of strange scenes appeared at the place where Su Yan was bathed in blood. His exploded body transformed into a bloody space that burned fiercely, and it revealed a horrifying fluctuation of the Grand Tao. The experts of the dark world who were laughing just now instantly shut their mouths. Their faces were a little ugly. The bleeding place was changing. Chi and blood surged, and the chanting of scriptures rolled. It contained the supreme power of life, evolution, and emitted the order of energy that could create the universe from the beginning of all things. The beginning scripture was blooming. The supreme, profound meaning was manifesting. This time, Su Yan didn't need to use special techniques to tidy up the world in his body. The supreme profoundness flowed between heaven and earth. It presented a vast universe of stars and magnificent mountains and rivers. It was full of vitality. It was like a complete universe. What's that? Everyone was shocked when they saw Su Yan's shattered bones turning into mountains and rivers. They saw drops of blood turning into rivers and oceans. This was a little too extreme. Suddenly, it was as if they saw a blurry golden giant appearing in the midst of the destructive heavenly tribulation. Su Yan, ha ha, another Tao demonstration. Bao Kai roared excitedly. He was fine. He survived the will of heaven and earth and carried out a second Tao demonstration. What a terrifying Tao. Someone's scalp went numb as he cried out in shock. This is Su Yan's Tao. He withstood the torture of the will of heaven and earth, which is equivalent to being reconstructed. This is also completely different from the development of Tao. The development of Tao relies on the supreme order of laws, but Su Yan withstood the torture of the will of heaven and earth. Everyone cried out in shock. Was this going to be a complete Tao development? After all, the Sage Realm Tao derivation that everyone knew was only a half-finished product. Now, not only was Su Yan's physical body being reconstructed, but the great Tao in his body was also being reconstructed. However, after everything was completed, a war god emperor would be born. Boom! The sky was filled with a resplendent rain of light. Su Yan's blurry yet gigantic figure appeared somewhat frightening. He was like a peerless war god that had walked out from the primal chaos. His blood and energy were golden, and his divine might was vast and mighty. His might shook the universe. Kill! The Dark World's powerhouses had all gone mad, charging over in large batches, wanting to finish off Su Yan. This was because the people of the world had discovered that the pressure of heaven and earth was gradually converging. Perhaps the heavenly tribulation had already disappeared. A group of immortal kings from the Dark World directly gave the order to eliminate Su Yan at all costs. Otherwise, with Su Yan's combat prowess as an Emperor Realm cultivator, it was enough to sweep through the 10 major battlefields. This would be a fatal blow to the Dark World. Even when he broke through to the Emperor Realm, he had endured the torture of the will of heaven and earth. In that case, becoming an immortal king was not a problem for Su Yan at all. Terrifying creatures charged over in a frenzy. However, the immortal kings of the Celestial World's camp were not made of paper. They charged over in batches and launched a battle between the immortal kings at the peak of the sky. This was especially so for the group of immortal kings who had been contracted by the great immortal elder. They were all fighting with their lives on the line. If they could not kill an immortal king, they would have to wait for death. Kill! The immortal kings were all fighting with their lives on the line. The forbidden creatures had all gone mad. Countless armies were fighting. In an instant, the battle became much fiercer. A monstrous battle occurred. Heaven and earth were trembling. The three realms' battlefield had turned into a land of blood. The army that the Dark World had deployed was increasing in number. This was a surging black torrent that swept over, giving the Celestial World's army a powerful impact. A large number of veterans cried out miserably. In a single exchange, their bodies were crippled, and they fell into a pool of blood. In fact, it was not just this area. The layers of defensive lines formed by the Celestial World's army were torn apart by the Dark World in a short period of time. They were like huge black gaps. Heavenly winds danced, and black fog spread out. It was as if purgatory had been formed. Blood splattered all over the world. The battle was tragic. Boom! On the immortal devil wall that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, there were veterans who went mad while bathed in blood. With their flesh and blood as the source of energy, they drew the Celestial World bow and blasted out energy storms one after another to block the gaps. This was not just one of them. Many veterans had gone mad. They risked their lives to stop the Dark World's army. Kill! In a world where the sun and moon were destroyed, the killing power was boundless. The Celestial World's army of tens of millions roared as they forcefully withstood the torrent of darkness that filled the sky. They burned their source of life and fought while bathed in blood. However, there were too many enemies. They were densely packed and could not be counted. More and more gaps appeared. A large number of Dark World soldiers had already broken through the defensive line and charged toward the place where Su Yan was rebuilt. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering roar exploded. Boom! The Heavenly Power King transformed into the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Lord. His moves were bold and powerful. Heaven and earth shook violently as the Dark World's soldiers that filled the sky collapsed. His strength was too shocking. Even an emperor would find it difficult to withstand. Bao Kai and the others charged out. A series of top experts from the Immortal Cave joined forces and erupted with all their strength to fight against the Heavenly Power King. The great Immortal Elder's face was gloomy. The Dark World had mobilized 10 times more soldiers than the Celestial World. Moreover, the number of soldiers was still increasing. Were they really going to launch a large-scale battle and fight to the death with the Celestial World? The casualties were too heavy. With every breath that passed, a large number of veterans fell into pools of blood. Their corpses were shattered. The Dark World soldiers trampled on their remains and charged all the way. Huge gaps were torn in the Celestial World's dozens of defensive lines. The rolling dark storms were already pressing in endlessly. Block them for me. Don't let them get close to the place where Su Yan is being rebuilt. Kill, fight them to the death. The heavenly Saint King and the others were fighting with their lives on the line. They were bathed in blood, and their roars shook the starry sky. Suyin, kill my World King beast. No one can protect him. The Dark World's soldiers gathered. There were at least 10,000 elite soldiers. Their auras were extremely strong, and they emitted cold, killing intent. The entire region was in a frenzy. Powerful weapons were brought out and thrown into the battlefield. Boom! A dark heavenly blade slashed down, sweeping through all things in space. The disciples of the Immortal Cave did not have a chance to dodge at all. Their bodies were directly sliced apart, and their screams were endless. Tai Baokai roared and spat out a huge seal. This was the White Tiger Immortal King seal. It rushed up and blocked the dark heavenly blade that was sweeping towards him. The Heavenly Power King brought out the Celestial Devil chessboard and opened up the world to block another powerful weapon. Kill! The battle was intense. The Dark World's goal was simple: kill Suyin. They had to get rid of him. This world was bleeding. The Heavenly Dragon Lady and the others used a series of secret techniques to raise their battle strength to the sovereign Dao domain. Even so, it was extremely difficult to stop the crazy army of the Dark World. Suyin, hurry up and break through. We can't hold on much longer. Many disciples were on the verge of collapsing. The world was filled with dark matter that was about to devour them. Once the Heavenly Power King's defensive line was torn open, Suyin would be in danger. The Immortal Lord and the others had cold expressions. Although they were unwilling to help Suyin, the Great Immortal Elder was personally supervising the battle. Who would dare to not put in effort? They could only join in and resist the Dark World's army with their lives. Brothers, hold on. Buy some time for Suyin. Kill! The Heavenly Power King roared, his blood boiling with anger. He wanted to tear open the cultivation level barrier, but he could not. The losses were too great, and he was deep in the enemy's army. There was no time to consolidate his foundation and break through the cultivation level barrier. Kill, you bunch of bastards! The Tai Baokai roared and waved its huge claws. The beast god's power was released. It contained abnormally terrifying strength and caused the enemy army to explode. It should be known that the barbarian god and the others' battle strength was shocking. Once they went crazy, they blocked the Dark World's army and tried their best to delay them, preventing them from approaching the place where Suyin was reconstructing. Boom! A taboo fluctuation suddenly surged. A taboo expert from the Dark World charged over, emitting a cold, killing intent. Many of the Immortal Cave's disciples were sent flying, and a huge space-time crack was created. The Heavenly Dragon Lady wore the 10,000 dragon armor and charged over. However, what made her lose her composure was that several taboo experts from the Dark World had charged over. It was possible that the Dark World's Immortal Kings would pay a huge price to charge over. Be *starred. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The Tiangang King roared. His body was covered in blood, and he was missing an arm. His eyes were narrowed. The Dark World was charging at all costs. The Immortal World's current military strength alone could not stop them. Kill! At this moment, a sovereign of the Dark World broke through the layers of defense and was closing in on Suyin. Suyin, wake up! Baokai roared like a berserk dragon. The beast god's power in its body surged wildly. However, no matter how ferocious its roar was, it could not come to Suyin's aid. The Dark World's expert had already charged up to Suyin. He brandished a long saber dripping with blood and slashed it toward Suyin's body. Die! The Dark World's expert was savage. The long saber in his hand cut through the sky. However, just as the man and the saber were about to reach Suyin, the sovereign screamed in horror. It was as if he had fallen into the purgatory of death. It was not Suyin's spiritual will that was affecting him. Instead, it was his body that was about to be reconstructed. It was flowing with majestic heavenly might. The Immortal Lords and the others lost their composure. Suyin's figure emitted boundless emperor's might. His figure was blazing, and the qi and blood in his body surged like the sea. It was so vast that it covered the starry sky. Su Yin was awakening. He was like a supreme sovereign, ruling the world. His eyes also opened. The divine light was glaring, causing the dark world's emperor's eyes to bleed. His body was torn apart. He felt despair and fear. What kind of life form was this? Ah! The dark world's emperor screamed. He was forcefully destroyed by the divine light that shot out from Su Yan's eyes. Crazy. Everyone trembled. This was a peak emperor, but he was torn to pieces by the golden lightning that shot out from Su Yan's eyes.